Good morning. How are y'all? I'm late. We woke up late this morning. Y'all forgive me for looking so rough. Three of my 4 children are home today, so we'll see how this goes. Hang on. Why is my chat not showing up? What is happening? Good morning, Moonlight. How this goes. Good morning, Funky and Juicer. Audacity. Where have you been? I haven't seen you in forever, it feels like. The girls are getting breakfast, so if it's a little loud, just excuse them. But they'll be able to help with Logan. I was going to let Brooklyn stay home this morning, and she absolutely did not want to stay home. She wanted to go to class, she said. Which is just fine with me, because that kid, now that she's doing so much better, loves school. My coffee has gotten cold. Why? Because I made it before I went to go drop Brooklyn off, and so now it's cold and gross. So I'm going to have to make some more coffee in a minute. Good morning, Dorzilla. Oh my goodness, y'all excuse me. I was up too late last night. Way past my bedtime. Addison, can you see if the dogs lock their stuff on the porch? No, it's wide open. Okay. Thank you, Funky. Oh my goodness. Ooh, I'm gonna have to make more coffee. So let me get this pulled up and we'll get started so I can make coffee. I don't know which one it is. There we go. This one. My dogs have gone crazy this morning. Sunflower, good morning. Long time no see. Did you change your name? Is that why I'm having issues remembering? But y'all just forgive me. I'm half asleep still. I was awake until, what time did I go to bed? Like 2 o'clock this morning. I was tired this morning. I told you all my kids are home, so y'all are just gonna have to, well, besides Brooklyn, just. You want a piece of toast? Yeah. Bear with me. You didn't? Okay. Maybe I just didn't recognize you this morning. I'm sorry. We will go ahead and get started. I thought Logan was situated, and obviously he is not, so I'm gonna have to deal with that too. You guys, hopefully Law and Crime does not distract me. I am going to give them credit. If they do, I'll take down the live, and we just won't be able to do this case, which sucks. So if you don't know, this is a babysitter. I'll close the tab that explained it. She was in her 40s. She left the baby that she was babysitting. Good morning, Hindsight. In the car, and the baby passed away. The baby was 10 months old. Oh, Jamie, no, you're not extra late. I'm here. What, son? I know. Calm down. It's okay. I gotta clean it up. Y'all, I tripped over my computer cord. I usually have it plugged into like an extension so it's not way off the ground. Well, this morning I did not plug it into the extension cord. I tripped over the damn thing, spilled coffee. It's been a morning, okay? So we're gonna start this. I'm gonna get myself together. Sunflower, I don't either. Like, no, I don't understand it at all. It's crazy. But let me start this and get my shit together. And then I'll be right back.
We also renew any other motions and requests we may have made pre-trial for the court to reconsider those.
Okay, and I would stick with the same rulings. So.
And the last thing is, I know that we discussed this the other day. There's a camera in the courtroom, which we object to. But I'd like the court, when the court sequesters the witnesses, to make sure that they are made aware that they can't be watching live feeds of this trial, or anybody in the courtroom cannot be watching it either. So.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Thank you, Jamie.
Your Honor, one thing I'd like to mention is there's a couple of witnesses, one that I mentioned,
Yes.
a Jody Altman, and one that defense counsel had mentioned as well, Robert Jewell, that are not going to be witnesses in this case that we've said that could actually be in the courtroom. They've been instructed they cannot discuss whatever they see in the courtroom, but we wanted just to make a record of that.
And that's correct, Judge.
Very well.
And can the court go ahead and instruct the witnesses that are going to be testifying today?
Yes, if they're in here.
And Tim Griffin, we let him. Tim Griffin. It's just saying normally we sequester the witnesses.
Yeah, then no.
That's yeah, he still said that.
He's going to expect us to tell each witness.
Okay, we got everyone that we needed to. Speaking to you folks that are prospective, excuse me. Speaking to you folks who are prospective witnesses in this case, I need to instruct you right now that you are not to discuss this case with anyone other than the attorneys. If any of the attorneys should come to talk to you, you should certainly discuss it with them. You are not to watch, read, or listen to any media accounts regarding this trial. That would be television, radio, newspaper, print, whatever. Do not view those. And then finally, there is also a live view or a live stream viewing on television of this trial that will take place. You are instructed specifically that you are not to watch or listen to any of that live streaming television. Any other instructions desired of these witnesses at this time?
No, sir.
Okay,
No,
fine. If you'll, Mr. Bailiff, if you'll escort them back to from whence they came. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll show the jury in, please, sir.
Some in the back. All rise for the jury. All jurors present.
Be seated, please. Now, members of the jury, now that you're seated, I'm going to ask you to stand again, and we're going to swear you in. At this time, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, if you will administer the oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida
Good morning, Melly and Audacity.
who you shall be in charge and render a true verdict according to the law?
Sunflower, this happened in Florida, and these,
Have a
some of
seat,
the
please.
sheriffs, I'm sure some of y'all know them. I absolutely
Members
love
of the
them.
jury, as you now know, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Rhonda Jewell. This is a criminal case, as you also know. The defendant, Ms. Jewell, is
Florida
charged with
government
aggravated
doesn't play.
manslaughter of a child,
Yes.
third-degree murder not premeditated during other felony, and 3, leaving a child unattended in a motor vehicle with great bodily harm. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those
Audacity,
facts.
yes, she does.
Thus, the function of the jury and the function of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. You've heard this yesterday and day before yesterday, but it needs to be repeated. Turned off means exactly that, turned off, not placed in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you're not to use your cell phone or other device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. You are not to take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure that your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have the opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you should not consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. The witnesses will be examined and then cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the
Good morning,
evidence has been
Kathy.
presented,
We are doing
the attorneys
good.
will have the opportunity
I'm the only
to
one
make
sick
their
in my
final
house, thankfully,
arguments.
but everybody else I
Following
think
the
was
arguments
sick.
of the attorneys,
Couple of weeks
I
ago,
will
and it's
instruct
just
you on the
catching up to
law
me.
that applies to this case. After the instructions are given, then you will retire to consider your verdict. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you don't want to do that. That will be left strictly up to you. You will be provided with a notepad and a pen for use in taking notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom except when you retire to the jury room to deliberate your verdict. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will collect and destroy your notes. No one other than you will ever read those notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of others. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. You should not form any definite or
Thank
fixed
y'all. I am
opinion
finally
on the
starting to
merits
feel
of the
better.
case
Thankfully.
until
Logan's
you
birthday
have
party's
heard and
tomorrow.
received all of the evidence, the closing arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Throughout this trial, whether you're in the courtroom, jury room, recess, at home, wherever, you are bound by the following rules. 1, do not communicate face-to-face, electronically, or otherwise about this case with anyone, including fellow jurors, family members, and friends. Do not talk to the attorneys, the defendant, or the witnesses about anything. Do not allow anyone to talk to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone tries to talk to you about the case, tell him or her to please stop because you're on the jury trying the case, and if that person should persist in doing so, leave the area and report the matter to the bailiff at your earliest possible convenience. Do not visit any place described in the evidence.
3 years
Do
has
not
flown
read,
by.
watch, or listen to any media accounts of this case. Do not do any investigation or research,
Okay, I'm gonna
manually,
skip that part
electronically, or
unless y'all wanna
otherwise,
listen to
about
it.
the law, about this case, or about the people involved in this case. After each recess, again, please double check to make sure that your cell phone or other electronic device is turned
Well,
off
maybe not, 'cause it's
completely.
about to.
You ought to understand that instruction by now. We've done it how many times? Any juror who violates any of the rules that I've just stated to you jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial
You're
process
convincing
to
people
start
to
over.
abuse each other. You're
A mistrial
what
is
are you
a
talking about?
tremendous
Toilet.
expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court or face other sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty
Oh, by
to
the
make
way,
all objections
If y'all
which
were
they
in
feel are
Jumpman's
proper.
live last night, I was painting a
When an
desk. I
objection
had it
is
done,
made,
so
you
Monday,
should not speculate on why
will
it was
be
made. Likewise,
sitting
when
at
an
a
objection is
desk and not
sustained or upheld
at my
by
kitchen
me,
table anymore.
you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
When possible, these conferences will be conducted here at the bench, and you can remain in the courtroom. However, sometimes it might be necessary to have you retire to the jury room while we confer. It's impossible to predict when such conferences may be required or how long the conference will last, but when we do have them, I will assure you that we will conduct them to consume as little of your time as possible. Does
We
the
will
state
no
wish to
longer
make
be
an
by the
opening
toilet.
statement?
Close this for a moment.
Very quickly.
Also, Funky, you weren't the only one that thought that. Not even the ones who thought that in the live. PJ messaged me. She's like, it does look like you're by your toilet. And I was like, if you don't shut up. Shelby! I hope you're doing good. Also, Juicer, are you still here?
Is the state ready to proceed with its opening?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, counsel?
You should be happy.
Good morning.
Producer, I finally sent the email.
As you've been told,
up in
the defendant in
night.
this case has been charged with 3 different crimes: aggravated manslaughter of a child, third-degree murder unpremeditated during the course of a felony, leaving a child in a vehicle unsupervised, unattended, resulting in great bodily harm, or, as in this case, death. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses in this case, and this is what the evidence is going to show. On July 19th of 2023, Brooke Page and Justice Page, a young married couple, had a child by the name of Araya. On July 19th of 2023, Araya was basically 10 months old. Brooke's going to take the stand, and she's going to tell you that they had hired the defendant in this case to care for their child. Brooke works. She's going to tell you, I think she works at Blue Cross Blue Shield. Justice works as well. On July 19th of 2023, the defendant comes to Brooke and Justice's house, that's here in Baker County, to pick up Araya. That was the arrangement that they had. Brooke's going to tell you that the defendant was the babysitter, the nanny. They had an agreement. She would watch Araya. She paid her to watch Araya on certain days. So the defendant shows up at approximately 8 o'clock in the morning. When she arrives, Brooke already has Araya in the car seat, the baby car seat, ready to go. She has a baby bag with certain items in it, the things you would expect in a baby bag. A baby bottle, baby food, baby formula, diapers to change your clothes, pacifier, things of that nature, things you would use to take care of a child. Brooke's going to testify that when the defendant arrived around 8 o'clock in the morning, that Brooke herself took Araya, who's in the car seat, and puts her in the defendant's vehicle, which is outside. And she also puts the baby bag into the defendant's vehicle, and the defendant then leaves. And then Brooke goes to work, and Justice is already at work. The defendant, when she has Araya in her vehicle, she leaves. She first stops at Burger King, the one right down here on 6th Street, to get something to eat. She goes through the drive-thru. The line is too long, she leaves. So then the defendant goes to Stacy Pascal's house, and Stacy Pascal's going to take the stand as well. She goes there because the defendant also watches Stacy's 3 kids. She has an agreement with her. She's a babysitter for her as well. She arrives at Stacy's house. The defendant gets out of the vehicle. When she gets out of the vehicle, she has her cell phone in her hand. She has a can of chicken. She has either a water bottle or a cup of water and a bag of chips. But the evidence is going to show that Araya is still in the car. And the baby bag is still in the car. She goes into the house and talks to Stacy before Stacy goes to work. Brooke, the mother of Araya, is going to tell you that at 8:17 that morning, it's only been maybe 15 minutes since the defendant left the house, but at 8:17 she gets a text message from the defendant. The text message basically says something to the effect of, and you'll see it, something like, she just left. She's basically informing Brooke that Stacy has now left the house.
Good morning, Granny. And the baby was 10 months old.
The show that at 8:17, the defendant is having contact with Brooke Page, the mother of Araya. But Araya is still in the car with the baby. At 8:32, a few minutes later, Brooke responds to the text message. And the defendant responds to that. That's at 8:32. Once again, the evidence is going to show that the defendant was communicating with Brooke Page, the mother of Araya, at 8:32. But Araya is still in the car. And the baby bag is still in the car. So we go a little further. There's another witness that's going to take the stand. Her name is Nevaeh Carter. Nevaeh Carter is, I believe, 18 years of age. She is Brooke Page's younger sister. She's also the aunt of Rhonda. Nevaeh is going to tell you that the day before July 19th, her and her boyfriend had gone to, I think it was the Texas Roadhouse, and Nevaeh had taken a picture of her boyfriend eating dinner and put it on Snapchat. The reason this is important is because Nevaeh knows the defendant, and they communicate through Snapchat. Nevaeh is going to tell you that I think it was around 11:25 that morning, the defendant decided to respond to the picture she had posted the day before her boyfriend eating dinner. The response that the defendant put, it was something like, "Hey cuties, Rhonda loves you." And Nevaeh will say that she responded back by putting like a heart emoji with like a cartoon picture of her face on it. This is the important thing. The evidence is going to show that around 11:25 in the morning, the defendant was communicating with Ariah's aunt. But Ariah is still in the car. And the baby bag is still in the car. Brooke's going to tell you when she's on the stand that she went to go pick up her daughter, Ariah, at around 1 o'clock that afternoon. That's when she would normally pick her up. She went to Stacy's house. Brooke's going to tell you that when she goes to pick up Ariah, she goes to the front door. That house has a back door. She doesn't go to the back door. She never does. It has a garage door. She doesn't go to the garage door because the garage door is closed. She goes to the front door. That's where she always goes. Brooke's going to tell you that she knocked on the front door.
Morning, Nicole and Regina.
There's no answer. She hears the TV on inside the house through the door, so she knows somebody's in there. She then rings the doorbell. There's no answer. She then decides to call the defendant and just says, "I'm here." The defendant then says, and Brooke will testify to this, "What door are you at?" Which Brooke will say seemed a bit strange because she always goes to the front door. And Brooke then tells the defendant, "I'm at the front door." At that moment, the door opens. The defendant is standing there. Brooke's going to tell you she walked into the house. She took her shoes off. She was planning on just talking to the defendant for a while. At the moment that Brooke takes her shoes off and she's in the house, she's going to tell you that the defendant started screaming, "Brooke, Brooke." And the defendant then runs out the front door, past Brooke, and she's running towards her own vehicle. The defendant had parked her vehicle outside on the gravel right beside the house, just outside. Brooke's going to tell you at this point she didn't know what was going on, but she decided just to follow the defendant. She didn't know why she was screaming. She follows the defendant to the defendant's car, and then she realizes Ariah is still in the car, in the back seat, strapped inside her baby seat, that she's been there now for over 5 hours. Brooke's going to tell you at that point, they get Ariah out of the car. It's the middle of July. She's extremely hot. They move her into the garage and put her on, I think there's a golf cart in the garage. They put her on top of the golf cart. Brooke calls 911, get the paramedics there. After she calls 911, she calls her mother-in-law, her husband's mom. Her name is Pamela Page, and Pamela Page will take the stand today. She calls Pamela Page because Pamela Page has been a nurse now for 31 years. She wants to know what to do. Pamela Page, when she takes this stand, will tell you that she started, when she got the phone call, she was at Walmart, I think on 5th Street. She's at Walmart. When she gets the phone call and is being told that Ariah's lips are blue, she immediately starts telling Brooke how to do CPR. And she does everything she has, runs out of the store, gets in her car, and she's driving towards the house. While she's driving towards the house, the paramedics arrived because 911 had already been called. The sheriff's office arrived. Paramedic Paul Dickinson and his other crew member, her name is Laura Lee Gonzalez, get out and they start performing CPR on Araya. Brooke is already performing CPR, but they take over now. Paul Dickinson's going to take a stand. He's going to tell you that when they started performing CPR, that he and his second crew member realized pretty quickly that what they call rigor mortis had already set in. The child's body had gotten stiff. That's what happens when someone passes away, the muscles get stiff. So they quickly transport the child to Ed Frazier Hospital down the road. The fire chief, they arrive, Chief Blanton, his name is Donald Blanton. Chief Blanton is going to take the stand. He's going to tell you when he arrived, some time had passed. He'll testify to that, maybe 15, 20, 25 minutes. But he has a device, he's been with the fire department for like 30 years. He has a device that measures temperature, something the military even uses. He's going to tell you when he measured the temperature in their car, keep in mind, Araya's not in the car, she's been transported to the hospital. The car door has been open for a while, so some of the heat has dissipated. He's going to tell you that when he measured it, it was 133 degrees. Then we go to the hospital. The family has gone to the hospital. The baby has been transported to the hospital. Dr. Aaron Ward then sees the baby and quickly realizes the baby, Araya, is deceased and informs the family. There are several nurses there. One of them is a nurse, Charles Smith. He's going to take a stand. And he's going to tell you after they declared that Araya was deceased, that the temperature of Araya was taken. It was something that was requested by the medical examiner's office. And he's going to say the thermometer that they used, his understanding, he could be wrong, but he said, I don't think it went above, he'll tell you this, he doesn't think it went above 110 degrees. That was the maximum it would report. When they took the temperature of Araya, it was 110 degrees. At that point, after she's been out of the car and transported by an ambulance to the ER.
Oh my God.
The medical examiner is going to take a stand. He's going to tell you that Araya died from hyperthermia, her body overheated. He'll go into details about that. At the close of the case, the state is going to ask you to find the defendant guilty on all three counts. As I mentioned earlier, aggravated manslaughter of a child because the defendant engaged in a course of conduct they knew or should have known, or any reasonable person would know that if you leave a child in the vehicle for 5 hours, the child is going to die. The state's going to prove to you that he had a duty to care for the child, to feed the child, to change the child's diapers, for bottles, use the baby lotion, the baby wipes, everything that was in there. We're going to show you through the evidence. She didn't do any of that. She left the child in the car for 5 hours. So we're going to ask you to find her guilty on an aggravated manslaughter of a child. Also, the charge of leaving a child in a vehicle unattended, unsupervised, that results in great bodily harm, or as I said, in this case, death. The state's going to prove that child Araya was left in the vehicle for over 15 minutes, over an hour, over 2 hours. It was over 5 hours. We're going to ask you to find her guilty on that. And the third charge is third-degree murder unpremeditated. We're not saying this is premeditated. We're saying third-degree murder unpremeditated during the course of a felony. And what the state means by that is we're going to show you, we're going to prove to you that the defendant committed the felony of leaving a child in a vehicle that resulted in great bodily harm, in this case, death. And that during the course of her committing that felony, the child, Araya, died, which is a third-degree murder charge. So the state's going to ask you to find the defendant guilty on that as well, on all 3 counts. Thank you.
Assuming he's the state, right? It just kind of threw me off with the way he was saying the state is going to ask you blah blah blah.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Wednesday, July 19, 2023 was a tragedy for the family of Rhonda Page. It was also a tragedy for Rhonda Jewell, a mother herself, and someone who was Rhonda Page. I believe we would hear testimony about the early morning hours of July 19, 2023. Rhonda Jewell made the drive approximately 30 minutes from her home to the home of Brooke and Justice Page. She had done this several times before. However, this particular morning was different. Mrs. Jewell had been caring for 2 3-year-old twin boys and a 9-year-old girl at the home of Stacy Pascal. She'd been caring for them for about 4 or 5 months. On some occasions, the 2 twins were there. On some occasions, all 3 of them were there. You will hear from Miss Stacy Pascal, the mother of the 3 children, that she'd asked Miss Jewell, or told Miss Jewell, she needed to be there early that day. And Miss Jewell had called Brooke Page and told her, so she's going to pick up Araya a little bit early. She needed to be at Miss Pascal's home by about 8:15. So Rhonda Jewell, based on that, spoke to Brooke Page, made arrangements to be a little bit early. And as the state indicated, the routine was that Brooke Page would bring the child out, Araya Page out to the car.
I've seen this guy somewhere
through the
else.
back door,
Obviously, a
place the
Florida
child in
case,
the
but I
back seat,
can't remember
as she
where.
always did, and strap her in. You'll hear a little bit of testimony about the fact that this car carrier didn't have a seat latch or seat base in the car, so they took a seat belt. Brooke took a seat belt, just kind of strapped the child in, with the child still strapped into the baby carrier.
Granny, I wouldn't be able to live with myself either.
Miss Jewell, you'll hear
I'm sure
testimony
y'all, like me,
that
have
Rhonda
sat
Jewell
in the car
proceeded to Miss
Many
Stacy
a
Pascal's home.
times with your kids because you never wake them up. I would never
You'll hear testimony that normally speaking,
left them in
Miss
the
Jewell
car by
watched
herself or with a car.
Stacy's children until about 5 every day when
Not
Stacy
right.
came home from work. Mrs. Jewell was in a hurry to get to Stacy's home to make sure she was there on time so Stacy could leave on time. On the way there, she thought about stopping at Burger King. We'll hear testimony about this to get some food for the 3 kids. But the line was long, so she proceeded on to Stacy's home. She arrived at Stacy's home, parked in the usual spot that she did, which you will see from pictures and hear from testimony, is a gravel area off to the right of the driveway of Stacy Pascal's home. She went inside the garage door. There's a garage door itself and a side door. She went in there like she always did. Stacy Pascal had always told Rhonda Jewell, just knock the door and then come on in. Stacy will say she heard Rhonda knocking. Rhonda came in. As the state's indicated, she came in with several items. We'll hear testimony that when she came in, she put those items down on the counter. Stacy Pascal engaged Rhonda Jewell in a brief conversation about one of her sons, who she wanted to check about an injury he had received the day before. The conversation was brief. Stacy went out to her car and left for work. It's important you'll hear testimony in this case that there were days when Rhonda Jewell had Araya at her home, Rhonda Jewell's home, and days when she watched the twins and the 9-year-old daughter of Stacy, either at Stacy's home and possibly had Araya on some of those days. It wasn't a regular schedule. You'll hear testimony that about 1:15 in the afternoon, Brooke Page arrived to pick up Araya. She normally would leave her home about 1 when she took her lunch break, drive to Stacy's home, which is about 15 minutes, go to the front door, knock, pick up Araya, and go back to her home. On July 19th, as this day is indicated, Brooke will testify that she went to the front door and knocked and got no answer. She'll testify that she heard noises, TV, and her children playing or talking inside the home, so she rang the doorbell. We'll also hear testimony from Stacy Pascal the doorbell wasn't working. So she calls Rhonda Jewell. Rhonda answers the phone, and Brooke says something to the effect, "I'm here." And Rhonda Jewell says, "What door are you at?" Again, Brooke Page always came to the front door. You'll hear testimony at that point that Rhonda Jewell opened the front door and immediately pushed Brooke Page aside, ran out the front door frantically screaming Brooke's name, and ran to the Tahoe parked on the rocks next to the driveway. You'll hear Brooke Page say at first she didn't know what was happening. But when she saw Rhonda Jewell running to the car, she realized what must have happened. We heard testimony that Rhonda got to the Tahoe, opened the door, and there was Araya Page. You'll hear testimony, obviously, at this point, that both Rhonda Jewell and Brooke Page were
Granny,
hysterical.
I know that was bad.
You'll hear testimony about the
I have fallen
next few
asleep
minutes
and was late
where a
picking mine
911
up.
call was made.
But only by like
Or
10 minutes or
Rhonda
something, and
Jewell
I feel
Took Araya
terrible.
out of the car, held her, took her into the garage, and laid her on the seat of a golf cart that was there. You'll hear testimony
You're
that
okay, Shelby.
when Brooke called 911, she wasn't really sure what the address she was at, Stacy's address. So she asked Rhonda Jewell to go out by the road and make sure the ambulance and rescue came to the right home, which is what Rhonda Jewell did. Tragically, however, Araya Page had been deceased for some time. Again, you will likely hear testimony about how distraught, obviously, Brooke Page was, and how
Oh,
distraught
Regina.
Rhonda Jewell was.
Mine didn't.
You will hear testimony about Rhonda Jewell screaming.
Granny, it doesn't mean you're a bad mom, just exhausted.
You'll hear testimony about Rhonda Jewell throwing up in the bushes and dry heaving. You'll hear testimony about Rhonda Jewell urinating on herself. Likely, we'll hear some testimony about things Rhonda Jewell said after the police arrived, even before the police arrived. You'll also almost certainly see an interview of Rhonda Jewell that lasts about 7.5 minutes when she was interrogated about an hour later at the sheriff's office. Some of that testimony, some of that evidence may not come out initially in this case. It may come out in the defense case or later on. I'd ask you again to listen to all that before you make a final decision. The state's told you that they believe, from their view of the facts, that they will have proven to you
Regina, I think
that
you
Rhonda
meant
Jewell
you
is
are
guilty
not.
beyond a reasonable doubt at the end of this case. That's what they certainly will ask you to do. I would ask you to remember that you are not to form any fixed opinions about this case until you've heard all the testimony, seen all the exhibits, and been instructed on the law.
No, Granny, me.
This was a tragedy. No one would ever dispute that. Accidents happen. Good people can forget things. Sometimes the outcome of that is just absolutely catastrophic. I ask you to keep in mind that the law in this case defines what a crime is and what a crime is not. And the judge will read you those instructions. You must determine yourself which facts you put the greatest weight in or which facts you don't. That is your job. You were charged with the task of applying the law, whatever it is, even if you don't like it, to the facts. And you're required to give Rhonda Jewell the presumption of innocence as the judge will instruct you. You also are required to hold the state of Florida to their burden of proof in this case.
Your Honor, we could approach briefly.
Yes.
How many attorneys does the state have? Holy crap. Regina. Punky's back.
I ask you,
Granny, what'd she do?
the state to its burden of proof that the judge will detail for you. That you hold the state to the law
Poor
that
Regina, she
requires
knows a lot of
the
hell
state
about
prove
all
this
that.
case beyond all doubt. I believe at the end of this case, the state will have failed to provide you sufficient
Okay,
evidence
thank you, Juicer.
consistent with the law that finds Rhonda Jewell guilty. Thank you for your time.
Would the state call its first witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. First witness will be Brooke Page.
Ooh, that was loud.
I think you're fine.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Okay, ma'am, I'll have you have a seat there, please, and please sit up close to the microphone so we can hear you on the microphone. And I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name for the court report.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
Brooke Page, Brooke Paige.
Okay, I was.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
I
Thank
saw
you.
it too. I don't know what's happening.
Miss Page, are you married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Page,
How old are you?
24.
And what is the age of your husband, Justice Page?
27.
How long have you and Justice been together?
9 years.
And how long have you been married?
Hopefully it was just them and not me.
3 years?
Okay. Do you currently work?
Yes.
And where do you work?
Blue Cross.
Regina, don't lie.
What position do
Can't
you
even
have?
help it.
I key claims.
And how long have you been at Blue Cross?
6 years, 6 or 7 years.
What are the hours that you work at Blue Cross?
6:30 to 3.
Do you remember what were the hours you worked on July 19th of 2023?
Yes.
And what were those hours?
6:30 to 3?
Okay. So it was a full-time job.
Yes.
Do you live here in Baker County?
Yes.
Let me take you back to July 19th, 2023. Back in July of 2023, did you and Justice have any children?
Yes.
Am I lagging?
How many children did you have?
1.
Was this child a boy or a girl?
Girl.
And what was her name?
Mariah Page?
Was this you and Justice's first child?
Yes.
And what was Araya's date of birth?
September 4th, 2022.
So Araya was under the age of, obviously, 6 years of age.
Correct.
So how old would she have been on July 19th of 2023, approximately?
10 months.
10 months old. Araya being 10 months old, can you just describe what she was like, what she was capable of doing at that age?
I'm so sorry. She was a very bubbly little girl. She would laugh. She was never a bad baby. She was constantly so happy, but she would stare through you like no other person. She didn't care who you were. Even me, she'd look at me and make me laugh at those little goofy looks. At that point, she was saying Dada. She was just getting to the point where she was able to pull up on stuff, like she was about to start walking. She was just so giggly and happy, so bubbly, such an outgoing baby. You would just have to see her and you would just fall in love.
So at that age, at 10 months, she could not walk.
No.
Could she crawl?
Yes.
Okay. Back in July 19th, or July 2023, can you just describe what was the daily routine that you went through when you were caring for Araya? Roughly.
So that day?
Just at that age, 10 months old, what type of things did you have to do when you were caring for Araya?
So we'd wake up, make her a bottle, change her out of her PJs, lotion her, change her diaper, feed her, spend time with her, play with her, feed her again for lunch, then at the end of the night, and then during all this, just play with her, occupy her, love on her. At night, feed her, bathe her, put her to bed.
Did she usually sleep throughout the night?
Yes.
She take naps during the day at that age?
Yes.
And when she slept, where does she normally sleep?
At night or her naps?
At night and during the naps?
At night she slept in her crib. Nap time she kind of just slept whenever she closed her eyes.
Okay. Did you have a baby monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure
yes,
she's sleeping,
that's
make
mom.
sure she's okay in her crib by herself.
Roughly how often was she fed at 10 months old, would you say?
About 3 or 4 times a day.
And at that age, what was Araya eating?
She would eat bottles, and then we were trying to introduce her to baby food, so she'd eat baby food also.
So baby formula?
Yes.
And then the baby food, was that like Gerber, things like that, or other type of solid foods?
Just like baby snacks and like just baby food, like the little
Morning
and then
time.
formula.
Roughly how many times do you think you had to change Araya's diaper in a day? Roughly.
6 or 8 times.
Okay. And you would use baby wipes, baby lotion, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay.
Virginia, they just timed you out.
Roughly how many times do you think you'd have to change her clothes in a day? I know it may depend on different factors, but how often?
But when she'd wake up, I'd change her. And then if she had a blowout, I'd change her. And then at night, change her from her outfit to her PJs. So 3, maybe 4,
Okay, so she'd go through a few outfits in a day.
sometimes.
Okay. Do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes.
Do you see Rhonda Jewell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and identify what she is wearing?
Black shirt, black and white.
Your Honor, for the record, she's identified Ms. Jewell as a defendant.
The record will so reflect that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh,
Ms.
I'd
Page,
come out of that
how long have you
chair
known
and
the defendant?
choke that lady.
Known her for a while, since maybe about 2018, I'd say.
Is she someone that is a family member or
Okay,
a
you gotta
friend?
change
What
your
do you
clothes as
consider
much
her?
as 10 months
She's
old
really
baby.
close to the family, so family friend.
So family friend. How did you meet her?
Through my family, through my brothers.
You mentioned earlier that Araya was born on September of 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes.
After Araya was born, did you go on maternity leave?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you on maternity leave with Blue Cross and Blue Shield?
12 weeks.
12 weeks? Do you remember when you went back to work?
Yes.
When was that?
Back in November. It was November, I believe. Yeah, probably around November.
Kids play.
Would that have been in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And was your husband Justice working at that time as well?
Yes.
So the two of you were both working.
Yes.
And what did you decide to do in regards to Araya at that time, now that you're back at work and Justice is at work as well?
At that time, my cousin Eden was watching her, and she had issues, or her family came home, and then I reached out to Rhonda.
Okay. So you decided to find someone to care for her.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you had an agreement with the defendant to watch and care for your child, Araya?
Yes.
No, he's just playing interim.
Do you remember when she started watching Araya, the defendant?
I want to say it was back in May. I could be wrong, though.
And what hours was the defendant supposed to watch Araya?
She'd get there between 8 and 8:30, and I'd go pick her up after on my lunch, so about 1 o'clock.
About one. So would it be fair to say between 8:30 and 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So 8 in the morning till 1 o'clock. So maybe 5.5 hours.
Yes.
Did you pay the defendant money to watch Araya?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say, did you consider the defendant to be like a babysitter or a nanny for Araya?
Yes.
So you hired her
Yes.
to care for Araya?
Yes.
When Araya was in the care of the defendant, did you expect
Especially
at that time
a healthy
that the
baby.
defendant would feed Araya?
Yes.
Did you expect that she would change Araya's diapers?
Yes.
Did you expect that, if necessary, she would change Araya's clothes?
Yes.
Did you expect that she would make her baby formula?
Yes.
And did you expect that she would use baby wipes, baby lotion, things of that nature?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that while she had Araya and you're at work, that you felt she was responsible for Araya?
Yes.
And that was the agreement that you had with her?
Yes.
If Araya was ever sick or something, did you entrust with the defendant that she could even give medicine to Araya?
Yes.
When you hired
You could tell she's like shaking her leg,
defendant
trying to keep herself from
to
crying.
care for Araya, did you go through
Yeah,
with
I
her
couldn't
what you
imagine being in her
expected from
shoes.
her?
Yes.
What type of things did you tell her that you expected her to do?
Change Araya's diaper, feed Araya, just tend for her, care for her, make sure she's safe.
Generally, on the days that the defendant would care for Araya, did she come to your house or did you go to her house?
To pick Araya up,
Yes, in the morning.
she came to my house.
She would come to your house. Normally, not talking about July 19th yet, but normally, how would that occur? She comes to your house, where would Araya normally be?
Well, Araya would sit in my office, and I would wait for a text message from her saying she was about to pull up. I would put her in the car seat and kind of stare at the window, because about that time she was about to pull up. And I'd put her in the car seat, and we'd walk out there and put her in the car.
And who would put Araya in the car?
Typically me.
Typically you. And she would be in her car seat.
Correct.
And then you would just strap her into the car with the seatbelt and all that.
Correct.
Did you also prepare a bag, a baby bag we'll call it, for Araya?
Yes.
What type of items were in the baby bag?
Bottles, formula, clothes, diapers, wipes. She'd have a spoon just in case she wanted to feed her baby food. A blanket, a pacifier. I believe that's it.
Would it be fair to say just normal things that one would use for a child, an infant, when they're caring for them?
Yes.
Any, besides the clothes, any kind of blanket, things like that?
She'd have a blanket.
What would be would that be just for when she's taking a nap?
Araya just typically loved to have a blanket and snuggle up on. But yeah,
Okay.
nap time would be the main time.
And do you know where, when the defendant would pick up Araya, where would she go with Araya?
The plan was for her to go to the house on State Streets, and that's usually where I thought she was going, or that's where we'd go.
You said the house on Estate Street. Do you recall whose house that was?
Her name's Stacy.
Stacy. Okay, and why would she go to Stacy's house?
She was watching other children there.
Okay, so she was watching Stacy's kids and Araya.
Correct.
Okay. And then, normally, how would you go get Araya? Would you go pick her up, or would she bring her back to your house?
I'd go pick her up.
You go pick her up. Okay. And normally, what time would you pick her up?
I'd clock out at lunch at 1 o'clock, so I'd typically get there around 1:15, 1:17.
And when you would go pick her up, where would you normally go to pick her up?
To the front door of the house.
Okay. Were there any other doors to the house?
Repeat that? Sorry.
Were there any other doors to that house other than the front door?
There were, but I only went to the front.
You only went to the front. Okay. Now let me take you to July 19th of 2023. Do you remember what day of the week that was? I know it's been a while, but
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Do you remember what the weather was like that day?
Hot and sunny.
Was that a day that the defendant watched and cared for
Penny
Araya?
Manilow.
Yes.
Did the defendant come to your house on that day of July 19th?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time she arrived?
8 a.m.
Do you remember if you said anything to the defendant when she got to your house?
We talked.
Anything in particular stick out, or just normal conversation?
Just normal conversation, I would say.
Do you remember when she came into your house, did the defendant have anything in her hand?
A cell phone.
A cell phone. Okay. When the defendant came to your house that morning, was Araya awake?
Yes.
And where was Araya when the defendant arrived?
In her car seat.
So you already had her ready to go.
Yes.
Was your husband Justice home as well?
No.
And where was he?
He left for work.
He left for work. Okay. Did you have any items on that day packed for Araya?
Yes.
Was it in a baby bag?
Yes.
And what were those items on that day that you had packed?
Bottles, formula. I was putting cereal in her bottles, so cereal. Diapers, wipes, blanket, pacifier, a change of clothes. And I might have put some baby food in there.
Okay. Did you give this baby bag to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How did Araya get to the defendant's vehicle that day?
I walked her out there.
Is that what you normally did?
Yes.
And did you put her inside the vehicle?
Yes.
The defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It's a gray, silver Chevy Tahoe.
And did you put her in the back seat?
Yes.
And did you strap her in with the seatbelt?
Yes.
And then what happened to the baby bag?
I always put it like underneath the car seat on the floorboard behind the passenger seat.
So you put Araya in the car and you put the baby bag with her as well?
Yes.
Did the defendant, after Araya was put in the vehicle and the baby bag was put in the vehicle, did the defendant leave at that point?
Yes.
Do you know roughly what time it was in the morning?
I would say no later than 8:10. It was probably like 8:05. I really
Okay.
didn't look at time.
So just to make it clear, when the defendant left, she had Araya with her in her vehicle and the baby bag with all the items.
Yes.
And did you feel at that point that you had given
Good morning,
the
Emery.
defendant everything that she would need to watch Araya for the next 5 hours?
Yes.
On that morning, do you remember how Araya appeared to you? Anything unusual with Araya?
No.
She wasn't sick, nothing like that.
No.
Once the defendant left, did you then start working?
Yes.
After the defendant left your house, when do you next hear from the defendant?
Like a time or
Yes, a time approximately, and how did you hear from the defendant?
I believe she texted me at 8:17.
Okay, let me ask you about that. Did you and the defendant text each other?
Yes.
So you had her phone number,
Yes.
and the defendant had your phone number.
Yes.
So obviously you own a cell phone.
Yes.
It's capable of receiving text messages,
Yes.
and it can send text messages.
Yes.
Is the defendant someone whom you communicate with through text messages, at least at that time, pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And the defendant someone that you exchange text messages with?
Yes.
On July 19th of 2023, did you receive a text message from the defendant?
Yes.
How did you determine that it was coming from the defendant? What did you recognize when you received this text message?
Her name, the contact name,
Okay. And do you remember what it was?
Rhonda Jewell.
Rhonda. Would you recognize the text message if it were presented to you in court today?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson.
Excuse me.
Granny, yes it is.
Your Honor, may I have your witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit A. Just look at it yourself. Don't read it out loud. Ms. Page, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
And without reading it, what is it?
A text message from Rhonda Jewell.
Do you see some initials on there or a name on there from who you received it from?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are those initials or name? What does it say?
RJ, and then under it says Rhonda.
It says RJ, underneath it says Rhonda. Who sent you that text message?
Rhonda.
Did you respond to that text message?
Yes.
Does that Exhibit A appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the text message and conversation that you had with the defendant on July 19th?
Yes.
Does it appear to be altered in any way?
No.
The State would like to introduce that into evidence.
Any objection?
Maybe approach, please, Ron.
Can y'all imagine being on the stand and they're like talking all these lawyer judge terms? I'd be so confused. You had to take a break. Yes, if it gets hard, y'all just walk away and come back when you're ready. I understand. Some of these are going to be hard, I'm sure. Like this one. The ones that involve babies, that's going to be the hard ones for me.
Yes, sir. And to my understanding, the defendant has no objection, subject to the discussion that we had.
That is correct, Your
Very
Honor.
well, then it will be received as a State's Exhibit, what is it, A? 1, State's Exhibit 1, got it.
Your Honor, permit to publish it to the jury?
Ready.
Ms. Page, if you could look behind you, we're actually just going to show it on the screen.
Estelle, I see you. It's working.
That's looking at Ms. Page?
Yes.
Okay. The RJ on top, who's that?
Rhonda Jewell.
Regina,
And
my
you
kids made
communicated
fun of me last night.
with her
We
in the
watched
past
that
through text
8 Seconds
messaging.
movie,
Okay.
Brad.
You mentioned it at 8:17. What does it say at 8:17?
But that movie get every time.
Just left. You want me to read the next one?
Yeah, the next line too.
Shocker.
Shocker. That is just to make it clear for the record, that is a message you are receiving from the defendant at 8:17. It says just left. On 8:18, it says shocker.
Yes.
Okay. This would have been a time when the defendant had Araya with her.
Yes.
Okay. Then do you respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you respond?
8:32.
And what do you say?
Very surprised.
Okay. Did you take that to mean that she's informing you that Stacy has now left the house
Yes.
when she says just left?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's another message, I think it says at 8:32. Is that from the defendant again?
Yes.
Is that her responding to you saying very surprised?
Yes.
Okay. And what does she say at 8:32?
She said yes.
Okay. Once again, at 8:32, you're receiving a text message from the defendant.
Yes.
At this point, she has Araya with her.
Yes.
And she left your house approximately around 8 o'clock that morning.
Yes.
And you're receiving these text messages after Araya's been put in her care.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Brandy, that was nice that that was sweet of you to help it.
Approximately how much time had passed when you're getting these text messages from when she left your house with Araya, would you say? Approximately.
17 minutes.
Okay. The house that she is watching Araya at, which would be Stacy's house,
Yes.
where is that house located?
McClinney 2 off of Estate Street.
Estate Street, and that's in Baker County.
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive any phone calls from the defendant while you were working, or just a text?
Just the text.
Daycare is stupid expensive, which is why I've been home for so long.
Did you eventually leave to go pick up Araya?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you get to Stacy's house?
I would say roughly 1:17.
When you arrived on July 19th to pick up Araya, where did you go?
To the front door.
To the front door. Had you ever gone to the back door?
No.
Have you ever gone to the garage door?
No.
So that was normal for you.
Yes.
What did you do when you first got to the front door?
Knocked on the door.
Did anyone answer when you knocked on the door?
No.
After you knocked on the door, what did you do next?
Rang the doorbell.
Did anyone come to the door when you rang the doorbell?
No.
Could you hear anything inside the house?
Yes.
What could you hear?
The TV and the kids in the house.
So you could hear that something was inside the house.
Yes.
After knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell and there's no answer, what do you do next?
Picked up the phone and called her.
So you called the defendant.
Yes.
What did you say when you called her?
I said, "Hey, I'm here.
And what did the defendant say to you?
What door are you at?"
And what were you thinking when she said, "What door are you at?"
I was wondering why she was asking me that. I've never went to any other doors.
Okay. What did you tell her?
I said, "Front door."
What happened next when you told her you were at the front door?
She then came to the door and opened it.
When she opened the door, what did you do?
I stepped inside.
And what did you do as soon as you got inside?
What did I do?
Yeah, what did you do?
I took my shoes off.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that?
I was just always raised to take your shoes off in somebody else's house.
Okay. What does the defendant do as soon as you walk in and you take your shoes off?
She kind of shoved me out the way and like just started running out the door,
Is she saying anything as she was running out the door?
screaming my name.
Do you know where she was running to?
Not until she arrived where she was running to,
And where did she eventually arrive?
the back passenger door of her Tahoe.
Would that be her vehicle?
Yes.
Where was her vehicle parked?
On the side of the driveway in the rocks.
So it was outside.
Yes.
Wasn't in the garage or anything like that.
No.
Did you follow her to her car?
And when I realized where she was going, yes.
When you arrived at the defendant's car, what did you see?
Araya, not breathing.
Where was Araya?
In her car seat still.
Was she still strapped in?
Yes.
Exactly where you had put her?
Oh my God,
Yes.
the mom found her that way.
You said she was not breathing.
No.
How did you know that?
Her lips were blue.
Hey, Judy.
What did you do next?
I told her to call 911.
And was Araya taken out of the car?
Yes.
Was her baby bag with all the items you had packed still in the car as well?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Where was Araya put?
I told her to go put her on the golf cart inside the garage.
Inside the garage.
I told her to go take her inside, and she had went to take her on the garage, in the garage on the golf cart.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
After you called 911, who else did you call?
My mother-in-law,
And who was your mother-in-law?
Pamela Page.
Why did you call Pamela Page?
I didn't know how to do CPR.
And did you think Pamela Page would be able to do or instruct you on how to do CPR?
Yes, because she's a nurse.
She's a nurse. Okay. Do you remember what you told Pamela Page when you called her?
I told her to get here now.
Did you tell her anything about Araya?
I said Araya's dead. Or Araya's not breathing.
And were you given instructions by Pamela as how to do CPR?
Yes.
And did you start performing CPR on her?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of instruction or what you were doing with Araya?
It's really hard to remember, but I vaguely remember. Would you like me to tell you?
Yes.
So she told me 2 hands on her chest. She said, "Don't push too hard because you'll break her ribs." But she said, "Give her air in her mouth. Try to give her air in her mouth."
And did you follow those instructions?
I did.
Oh Lord.
How did Araya feel to you when you were touching her?
Very rubbery and wet.
Oh my God. Hey, Kelly.
Did the ambulance arrive?
Yes.
The police arrive?
Yes.
When the ambulance arrived, did the paramedics then take over with the CPR?
Yes.
Hey, Brittany. I know this is awful.
And did they really take Araya to the hospital?
Yes.
Would that be Ed Frazier?
Yes.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to the hospital as well?
Yes.
When you went to the hospital, I imagine other family members went there as well?
Yes. Correct.
Did Pamela Page show up and other individuals too?
Yes.
Okay. Did your husband eventually come to the hospital as well?
Yes.
And did you then hear from the doctor?
Yes.
Yes,
And were
you're
informed that
true.
Araya had
Yeah.
passed?
Yes.
This one's going to be hard.
How'd you feel at that moment?
I didn't know how to feel. I didn't know what to feel.
Thank you, Juicer.
Don't even know how to explain it.
What did you do next?
I sat outside and talked to the family and asked them, what do we do next? I mean, I was just a mom a couple hours ago, a couple minutes ago, and now I'm having to proceed a life without a kid.
Ms. Page, on July 19th of 2023, you left Raya in the care of the defendant,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And you gave her a baby back.
Yes.
During the 5 hours, maybe a little over 5 hours, are you aware during that time, did the defendant ever feed Raya?
No, I think I'm understanding your question.
Did she ever feed Raya during those 5 hours that you gave her
No,
to her?
no,
Did she ever change her diaper during that time?
no,
Ever change her outfit?
no,
Make her baby bottles or formula?
no.
Do you remember the defendant saying anything to you during this time when you were there and you realized that Raya was in the vehicle? What did she say?
I just remember her keep screaming.
I would have walked straight into that
But
jail. You could take
so
me
I
because
really remember.
that lady wouldn't be alive. No way.
Your Honor.
Let me try to close some of these tabs. Nicole, the babysitter. This is the mom talking, obviously. The babysitter let the baby in the car.
You may.
Yeah, Regina, you would have found me in prison and not the babysitter because she'd been not here. Hey, hey, Reggie. Good morning. Our West Coasters must be waking up. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, Reggie, I would never be able to be a defense attorney. Mm-mm. I would not fight for something that is very obvious that people did to get them off of it. No way. Regina, the babysitter did. the mom found the baby in the car when she went to go pick her up. They, she knocked on the door and said that the babysitter started screaming when she realized, I guess she realized she'd left the baby there. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Hey, G14. This one's hard, y'all.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, please.
You may.
We're going to show you State's Exhibit B and State's Exhibit C. Just look at them yourself.
Judge, can you approach?
Yes, you may approve.
Right, Darcilla, I don't understand it. This poor mama. Ugh.
This page, just very briefly, State's Exhibit B, you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that photo?
Stacy's house.
Is that the house you went to on July 19th
Yes.
to pick up Mariah?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit C, identification, obviously you recognize that as well.
Yes.
And what is that? Who is that from?
Mariah.
Your Honor, I'd like to put these into evidence if I may.
I'm going to go ahead and receive them, subject to the objections raised by the defense.
Your Honor, of course, permission, I'd like to be able to publish it to the jury.
Sure, I wouldn't either, but I guess if you want justice that bad, like bad enough for your baby, you would do anything.
Just for the record, Your Honor, this is State's number 2, which is the witness has identified as the house that she drove to. And then if we could also see State's Exhibit, or State's number 3. Judge, one last issue. We don't go to Mr. Nelson.
I'm telling y'all, they would have to restrain me to the chair in the courtroom if I was sitting across from the lady that killed my baby. G14, oh no. This is the wrong one to be watching at work, huh? Did we go on break? Or are they just talking? Oh, day two's even worse. Well, that'll be Monday. We won't. We won't do the cases on the weekends. We have a little bit of a break. I feel like if I was in that position, I would want them to put me behind bars forever. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Definitely wouldn't want to drag this through this trial. Yeah, I agree, Jamie. If this man licks his finger one more time to wipe something off his computer. Oh man, Jesus. So Monday will be bad. That is nasty, Granny, because he can't even wash his hands. He needs hand sanitizer. He can be doing all that. Trying to skip through some of this so it goes faster. Right. Don't worry about it. Quit being so nosy. It starts pretty soon, so I won't fast forward through it. Maybe not. Let's see. Thank you, Regina. Oh my gosh, Granny. Are you excited? She's so nosy, Jamie. Nosy Nelly. Me? Yeah, you. They worry about everything but what they're supposed to be worrying about. You know I'm unmuted and you're making every noise in the world, slurping your drink and everything. Can you stop? I'm trying to be quiet. That's disgusting. That's not trying to be quiet. That's nasty. Oh, Granny.
And again, speaking to the jury, anytime there's an exhibit that you may get to look
I need to
at,
come see you.
you'll have plenty of time to look
Too
at it when you
close
do
for
your
me to
deliberation. So we're just
not.
letting you know what it is.
Your Honor, if I may approach you
Yes.
again. Thank you. This page, you recognize this is state number 5, is where you're going to put into evidence. You recognize this.
Yes,
You explain to the jury what this is.
the diaper bag.
Is this the diaper bag that you had packed for Araya on July 19th of 2023?
Yes,
And is this the bag that was given to the defendant and put in her vehicle?
yes,
And is this the same diaper bag that was still in the vehicle when you came to pick up Araya at approximately 1:15?
yes.
Is that the defendant right there that they keep showing?
Describe the contents that are in there. Your Honor, may I publish those
You may.
to the jury? Thank you.
This is a cereal I would put in the bottles every day. The bottles that she would use.
The baby bottles?
Yes. The formula I packed
Okay.
for the bottles.
She just looks different than that article I
This
pulled
is
up
the baby
the other day
Yes.
about it.
The diapers. I don't know if you want me
Several
to.
diapers?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Jamie, I'd love to. Love to. You know, Granny's only lives like 15 minutes or so away from me. She's
Me take
super
all
close.
A spoon, a bib, and clothes and wipes.
Funny.
This you said was the bib and the spoon?
Yes. The wipes.
Baby wipes?
I couldn't imagine. Sorry, y'all. I could not imagine going through her stuff.
And an extra outfit.
An extra outfit?
Yes.
Extra outfit.
These are things she's probably not seen since the day this happened. Jamie, we do need to go see her. Come out here and you could stay at my house. You could stay for free. I have an air mattress.
May I approach a witness one last time, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you may.
This would be states number 6, arrayed in evidence. And this page, once again, you could open this and tell the jury what that is.
Something cool.
Her blanket. She would sleep with. Nap times. Cuddle.
No, Moonlight, that's
Is
just
that blanket that
heartbreaking.
happened on July 19th, 2023?
Yes.
And that was was also put in the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And still in the defendant's vehicle when you picked up Araya, or went to pick up Araya at one.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may briefly just publish this.
You may. Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
Y'all, Tootie's behind. She knows she's behind. This actually happened not far from Tootie, so she was very. It's funny, she wasn't in the live. She didn't know I was live the other day, and right after I finished talking about this was going to be the case we covered next, Tootie sent me the case in a message.
Ms. Page, when all this occurred on July 19th, you arrived and you described how the defendant ran the vehicle and you found Araya in the vehicle. Did the defendant admit to you or say anything about Araya being in the vehicle?
No.
Do you remember anything that she had said?
Okay.
I can't remember.
Good morning, $1 Million.
You said you had called 911.
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you felt at that moment emotionally?
Brandy, I don't know.
I felt so helpless.
I'm sure she probably did. It smells like her baby.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what steps to take. I felt so heartless. I felt so angry, so mad. Had so many emotions running through, so much anger. So hard. I don't know what else to say.
And once again, all of these events took place on Estate Street. That's where you found Araya here in Baker County.
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Judge. I think it may be done. Your Honor, that's all I have at this moment. I tender the
Hang
witness.
on, you guys. I have to
Mr. Nelson,
answer the call.
cross-examination. Ms. Johnson?
Good morning, Ms. Page.
Morning.
I am so very sorry, and I offer my condolences for Araya.
Thank you.
You indicated on direct exam that you have known Rhonda Jewell for many years, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think specifically your stepdad went to school with her.
I think so, yes.
And then my understanding is that your family sort of reunited around 2017 or 2018 whenever your brother, Miss Jewell's son, graduated from high school, correct?
Yes.
And after that, it sounded like you guys all became very close friends.
Yes.
My understanding is that she was really tight with your family, would be an accurate way to put that.
Yes.
And there were times that you and your husband, Justice Page, spent time with Miss Jewell and her husband and her family, correct?
Yes.
And I think your parents may also have spent a lot of time with them, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
You may proceed, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Page, as far as the family connection that you all had, there were times that you went to dinner with Rhonda Jewell and her family?
Correct.
And I think there were times you guys went on vacation with Rhonda and her family, correct? So you knew Rhonda outside of the babysitting duties that she was performing for you and
Correct.
Araya, correct? And you knew that before she started keeping Araya for you, that she had kept other children, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is that she was actually keeping Stacy Pascal's twins and occasionally her daughter before she started keeping Araya for you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think my understanding is that she had to ask Stacy if it was okay if she kept Araya on top of her children, correct?
Correct.
So it was your understanding that most of the time Rhonda would have Araya at Stacy's house, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated that your babysitter, your cousin, had to quit taking care of Araya for other reasons, and that's when you asked Rhonda to be your babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And you said you thought that was around May of 2024, or 2023, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Initially, whenever Rhonda started keeping your baby, Araya, my understanding is that she was keeping her more often during the week. Is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Sure. It was poorly phrased. I'm sorry. Initially, when Rhonda started keeping Araya, she was keeping her Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Do you remember how often she was keeping her originally?
Yes, it was Monday through Thursday.
Okay. And so generally she would pick Araya up as you've described and then take her to Stacy's house if she had Stacy's children that day, those days.
Correct.
During that, there were some days that she didn't actually have Stacy's children, correct?
Correct.
So on those days, Rhonda would either keep Araya around town running errands or take her back to her house. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you said that she started keeping Araya for you in May. At some point before July 19th, that schedule changed. Is that accurate, of the days that Rhonda was keeping Araya?
The schedule changed, yes.
And
Okay,
my
sorry, y'all. I had-
understanding is
that
that
was
she began
a
keeping
call I had to
Araya on Mondays and Wednesdays. Is that
Correct.
correct? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Correct.
Did I miss anything?
My understanding is that your mother-in-law, Mrs. Page, Miss Pamela Page, started keeping Araya for you on Tuesdays and Thursdays, correct?
Correct.
And so there were times when you went to Stacy Pascal's house to pick Araya up, but there were other times that you went to other locations to pick up Araya, correct?
Yes, but no.
What do you mean, but no?
I mean, hardly ever did. It was majority of the time was at Stacy's house.
Okay. The Monday before July 19th, which was a Wednesday, Rhonda had Araya on that day but did not have Stacy's twins, correct?
I do not remember.
Do you recall picking Araya up from Rhonda at the home of Kaylee and Mike Rogers?
I do.
Do you recall if that was recently in time to this incident on July 19th?
I remember doing it, but I don't remember exactly when.
Okay. And then there were some other occasions where Rhonda had Araya at her own house and someone had to travel that 30-minute drive to pick her up, correct?
Correct.
That was child support recovery that call
We
was
saw
on. I
some
had to
text
answer the
messages
phone.
today, and you discussed those with Mr. Yazdia. And my understanding is that you would frequently text Rhonda because she was a friend of yours and of your family's, correct?
Correct.
And you guys would text about life in general, different subjects.
Correct.
When we saw the text message from 817 that said just left or she just left, you
Oh my
testified
gosh,
that you
somebody-
believe that that was Rhonda saying that Stacy had just left her house.
Correct.
There were times that Rhonda would be irritated with Stacy and would vent to you about the fact that she didn't always leave exactly when she said she was going to, correct?
Correct.
So there were times when Stacy Pascal would tell Rhonda, I need you to come early, I need you to be here early. But then
Objection,
she
Your
wouldn't.
Honor. Hearsay.
Response?
My response is it goes directly to what she was saying as to what the text message was related to and how she knew that.
Well, it is hearsay. We'll allow this one, but let's avoid that.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there were times when Stacy would indicate to be at one time, to be there at a certain time and then would be later leaving, correct?
Correct.
And Rhonda had discussed that with you.
Correct.
You guys, that's why the newer cars now, they have
But because of the family
sensors that if there's any
relationship
weight in
or
your
family-like
backseat,
relationship that you had with
Yeah,
Rhonda,
and you
it wasn't
cut your car
unusual
off,
for you
it
to
goes
just
off
generally text her.
to remind
correct?
you
Correct.
that there's somebody back there. Yes, you do, Tootie.
When you asked Rhonda to be a babysitter or nanny for your daughter, you had no concerns about her ability to give her care, correct?
Correct.
You
It's
felt
sad
that
that they
Araya
have
was
to do that,
safer.
but they make
Correct.
cars like that.
And you hadn't had any incidences up until
I've
July
had them.
19th that caused you to change that opinion, correct?
And it
Correct.
made me sick every time it went off because
You indicated that generally, when Rhonda would pick up Araya, you would be on the lookout for her and you would take Araya out to the car, correct?
Correct.
It sounds like you usually were the one who put Araya in the car
Correct.
and you buckled her or seat belted the car seat into the seat.
Correct.
And then, of course, it's an infant carrier, so Araya's buckled into the harness of the seat as well.
Correct.
And then I think you said you usually put the baby bag on the floor, kind of on the floorboard on the passenger side under the car seat that Araya was in.
Correct.
Usually Rhonda didn't get out of her car for this process, correct?
No. No, that's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay. On this day, on July 19th, Rhonda didn't get out of the car.
That's not correct.
Okay. Did Rhonda come into your house on that day?
No.
You guys had a brief conversation there while Rhonda's at your house,
Yes.
and then Rhonda had to leave so that she could be on time to get to Stacy's, correct?
Yes.
Moonlight, it is sad, but I do hope it makes a difference.
When you placed Araya in the car, she had the baby blanket in the car seat with her, correct?
Correct.
On the days that Rhonda had Araya and she was not keeping Stacy's children, you had no objection to her running errands with her or taking her to other places, correct?
Correct.
When you asked Rhonda to be a caregiver for Araya, you were familiar with the care that she had given to other children in this capacity. So I'm assuming you felt like she knew.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis for that is what?
We can approach briefly, Judge.
Okay, one more time.
This judge seems like he's gonna be pretty harsh and get irritated real easy. Are you cold?
Yeah.
Put some clothes on, dude. Yeah, Granny. Keeping too many kids at once is what it seems like. She couldn't keep up. I thought I forgot my daughter one day when I got to my dad's and go to get her out of the car and realized she wasn't with me. I had a full panic attack thinking I forgot her at home. She was at my house with my ex-mother-in-law. But I was so used to her being with me, I freaked out. It scared me so much I went to the doctor and told him he had to do something because I was afraid I'd forget her. Oh, Nicole. I feel like that girl, like stay-at-home
Ms.
moms.
Page,
We
I
have
was
them
simply
so
asking
much
because you were
If I
aware of
leave the
Miss
house
Jewell
without
being
one
a
of them,
nanny to other children,
I feel like I'm
you
missing
knew
limbs.
that she knew what you were
Just because I'm
expecting of
so
her
used
when
to
you
them
asked her
being
to
up
take
by
care of
me
Araya,
constantly.
correct?
Oh, Nicole, I'm so sorry. Hey, bud. Everybody's saying happy birthday to you, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say thank you.
Now.
There you go.
On this particular day, this was the earliest that Rhonda had ever picked Araya up from you. Is that correct?
Correct.
So she had to be there even earlier than usual.
Correct.
And then you said that you usually left your house at 1 to travel to Stacy's house to pick up Araya.
Correct.
And you did the same thing on this day on July 19th.
Correct.
You talked about you knocked on the door and no one answered, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you could hear the kids in the house making noise,
Correct.
and you could tell the TV was on,
Correct.
but no one came to the door.
Correct.
And then you rang the doorbell, and no one still came to the door.
Correct.
So you testified that you called Rhonda,
Correct.
and you said, "I'm here."
Correct.
And then you said that she asked what door you were at.
Correct.
Sounds like you thought that was odd, that she was asking you that, because you always came to the front door.
Correct.
She stayed on the phone with you the whole time as she's walking through the house to open the door for you, correct?
I don't know where she was at in the house.
Okay, but she was on the phone with you as she's walking towards the door?
Correct.
Okay. You stepped inside the door, and you said you took off your shoes.
Correct.
At that time, you had your phone and your keys in your hand.
Correct.
You also had the money in your hand that you were going to use to pay Miss Jewell for her babysitting duties, correct?
Correct.
And you usually would pay her on Wednesdays because that would be the end of her work week for you.
Correct.
And so as you walk into that door and you're taking off your shoes, that's when Miss Rhonda pushed you to the side and started
But
running
yeah,
out the door.
I'm very picky because
And you
I
said
like
she was
watch my
screaming
kids.
your name over and over.
Correct.
So just saying, "Brooke, Brooke."
Correct.
And she continued to do that as she ran all the way out of the front door to the vehicle.
Correct.
Did you follow her off of the porch, or did you not leave the porch until she got to her vehicle?
I followed her off the porch.
At some point, you dropped your own cell phone and the things that were in your hand, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the car, you tell Rhonda to call 911, correct?
Correct.
At that point, Rhonda runs back towards the house, correct?
I don't know where she went.
Okay. Was it your impression that she was trying to follow your instructions to go call 911?
Yes.
Ultimately, you ended up calling 911. Was that because you just felt like this was taking too long and you need to make the phone call?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say that 30 seconds or less happened between you telling Rhonda to call 911 and you made the call yourself?
I honestly don't know.
I'm sure your goal at that point was just to get someone there as quickly as possible.
Correct.
Did you
I agree, Nicole.
strike that? As you're on the phone with 911, Rhonda gets Araya out of the car, correct?
Correct.
And Rhonda's standing there and she's holding Araya.
Correct.
She's crying
Correct.
and she's saying something, but you're not sure what she was saying.
I do not remember.
Okay. And at some point you tell Rhonda to take Araya inside or into the AC, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you guys end up in the garage.
Correct.
When you got to the vehicle and you see Araya there, Araya's still in her car seat, correct?
Correct.
And her blanket is still in the general same area where you had left it.
Correct.
And the baby bag is in the same area where it had been placed by you.
Correct.
Okay, Donna, have fun. Tell y'all a story. I was with a friend of mine who has 4 kids, and I had all 4 of mine. So we were at the store with 8 kids. Well, we've always made it a habit. I even do it when it's just my 4 of keeping head counts. And
On this particular
we
day,
left the aisle. It looked
Let me
like we
back
had
up.
all the kids.
Generally,
Addison was in the aisle that we were in.
if I was
Over
not
like 2
awake
aisles,
in
and
the
she was
morning
still in the aisle
by
that we were in
7:30,
previous.
7:40, you're going
She
to her up
completely
and get her
freaked
ready
out,
for
thinking we
her
had left
day.
her.
Is that accurate to say?
I panicked when I realized
Sometimes
she
Araya would
wasn't.
wake up naturally on her
Well, you
own
can do,
earlier than
especially
that.
when you have so many kids.
Sometimes.
Okay. And sometimes you
She
would
was
have
only
to
miles over, so
Yes.
she was
because you
fine,
wanted
but
her to be ready when
it's
Rhonda came to
scary.
pick her up, because generally that's going to be a quick exchange, correct?
Correct.
On this particular day, Araya woke up around 6:30. Is that correct?
Correct.
May I have just a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
Don't. This poor mama. I'm gonna make some more coffee, y'all. I'm gonna be living on caffeine today. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Ms. Page. I appreciate your time. And again, we offer our condolences.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Any redirect of this witness from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, very brief. If we could approach one last time, Judge, counsel and I. Ms. Page, just a few follow-up questions. On July 19th of 2023, did the defendant get out of her vehicle when she came to your house to get Araya?
Yes.
And where did she go when she got out of that vehicle?
She went to the back door of her car to help me strap Araya in.
So she was aware that obviously Araya was being put in her vehicle.
Yes.
And she had been doing this for a while,
Bye,
picking up
Regina.
Araya
Love
from your
you.
house.
Yes,
So this wasn't some weird day out of the ordinary where she's just coming by your house to get a ride.
correct,
This was something that you had paid her to do, to be the nanny and the babysitter.
correct.
Are you leaving
When she
too?
left, once again, Araya and a baby bag were in the car,
Correct,
and the defendant was driving that car.
correct.
Is there anyone else in that car?
No,
Ooh.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Page.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Can this witness be excused at this time?
I would say subject to recall, Your Honor.
Recall, certainly. Very well. Ms. Page, if you'll
Recall.
step
How
down,
much?
please,
Are
ma'am.
y'all gonna torture her? I mean, I'm looking at a picture of Logan and said him. I'm sorry.
Would the state call next witness, please?
Next, Your Honor, is going to be Justice Page.
I'll show y'all. Well, I can't show you because it's. I'll cut this off. Random. Whoa. He's not recording. Look how cute he is. Logan. Little picture. Everything is reflected. Isn't he cute? Little
Mr. Page, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony
Regina, behave yourself. We love you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to have a seat and adjust the microphone so you can speak into it. And then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name for the record, please.
Okay, so it's Justice Page, spelled Justis, and my last name is Page, Paige.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Page, you're married to Brooke Page.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been married?
Since October of 2021,
And how old are you now?
27.
Thanks, Reggie. I love all of my kids to death.
Let me take you to July
You might just
19th
be
of 2023.
because he's the only boy.
At that time,
And the
were
baby.
you working?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Page, where were you working?
Simpson Strong Tie.
Full-time?
Simpson Strong Tie.
Okay. And were you working full-time there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you live here in Baker County?
Yes, sir.
Do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
She has on a black suit with a white shirt.
Your Honor, for the record, he's identified the defendant.
Your record will so reflect that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Page, how do you know the defendant?
I knew her through my mother-in-law.
So have you known her for a few years?
Yes, sir.
Let me take you back to July 19th of 2023. At that time, did you and your wife, Brooke Page, did you have any children?
Yes.
How many children did you have in July of 2023?
One child.
And was that a boy or girl?
Girl.
And what was her name?
Araya Page.
And in July of 2023, how old was Araya Page?
She was 10 months old.
And if you can briefly describe, at 10 months old, what was she able to do at that age?
She was sitting up on her own. She was pulling up on things just closely to the point where she was getting ready to walk. She was very energetic and always had a big smile on her face. Anybody that didn't know her, she'd give them that Wednesday Addams look, see right through them. She loved just being outside, be with me in the yard, just anything just to keep going.
At that age, was she able to talk at all?
She could baby talk.
Baby talk. Okay. On July 19th of 2023, did you work on that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the hours were roughly?
8:30 to 5:30.
8:30 to 5:30. So would it be fair to say at 1 p.m. on that day, you were at work?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a phone call
Yes,
on
sir.
that day in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember who you got the call from?
From my dad.
After you got the phone call from your dad, did he come to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
He called me and told me to be ready when he got to the there. He was coming to pick me up. He wouldn't tell me why. It was probably about 15 minutes down the road when he told me that Ryan had been left in the vehicle for 5 hours, and still at that point I hadn't realized what was really going on, and it was when we got to the hospital that I realized that Ryan had passed away.
Who is your dad, Mr. Page?
Kevin Page,
Kevin Page. And what hospital did your dad take you to?
Ed Fraser's.
When you got to Ed Fraser's, was your wife, Brooke Page, there?
Yes, sir.
And other family members?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if your mom, Pamela Page, was there?
Yes, sir. She was there.
It's even when
What
just
was going through your mind when you realized that Araya had passed away?
families don't make it out of things like this. They don't end
Couldn't
up
really believe
still
it,
together.
and I just couldn't.
It's
It
still
took a while
not-
before it set in, and I
not
just
that
couldn't
I can
believe
see. It
how
might
she
be for-
passed away.
I don't know. It didn't look like it to me.
Do you remember when you first got there, what you first did when you got to the hospital?
I was looking around and I asked where, and my mom told me that she had passed away.
Were you ever allowed to go see Araya?
Yes, sir.
And where was that at?
It's in a hospital room, but she was laying in the bed.
And were other family members allowed in there with you?
Yes, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have. I tender the witness. Thank you, Mr. Page.
Cross-examination?
One moment, Mr. Page. Mr. Nelson may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Was it choppy for you too? What the heck?
Morning, Mr. Page. I'm so sorry for your loss. Normally speaking, you would be gone from the home when Rhonda Jewell picked up your daughter Araya, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't have any personal knowledge of the events of that morning when Araya was picked up? Personal knowledge, you weren't there.
I don't know why.
No, I wasn't there. I had just left the house about 7:45.
I believe you've known Rhonda Jewell since about 2016 or 17. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you said you knew her and her family through your mother-in-law.
Yes, sir.
That would be Monique Carter.
Yes, sir.
In that time that you knew Miss Jewell, you didn't have much contact with her. Is that accurate?
Not like that.
You didn't send her messages on Facebook. You didn't communicate with her by social media in any way, correct?
No, sir.
I believe you may have seen her at family functions of some kind.
I wonder if it's
Yes, sir.
just
They were. She was at your wedding.
Yes, sir.
restream stuff.
She was involved in the birth of your child. Is that correct? Okay.
I'm
Objection, Your
literally
Honor,
just
relevance.
sitting next to my router. I don't know what it's like. This is my internet.
You consider
I don't know
her
why
a
it's
close family friend. Is that accurate?
traffic.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that she has provided babysitting service for other people in the community, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that she had watched Kaylee and Mike Rogers' daughters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had no reason whatsoever to think she wouldn't provide excellent care for your daughter.
No.
Funky. That's what we'll be doing today, is cleaning house.
Just have just a moment. Have just a moment.
Maybe juicer. I am on the free one. I wonder if I paid for it, if it would be better.
Mr. Page, you were aware that sometimes Rhonda Jewell would keep a riot over at Stacy's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were also aware that she would sometimes keep your daughter at her home, that is Rhonda Jewell's home, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember the Monday before this, isn't it accurate to say that Rhonda Jewell had a riot but not at Stacy's house?
Correct.
Okay.
Turn the resolution on a little. Y'all tell me if that makes a difference. Oh, sorry. Bye, Funky.
Mr. Page, Mr. Nelson had mentioned a little while ago about the defendant providing excellent care,
Yes, sir.
correct? Would it be fair to say that the defendant did not provide excellent care to your daughter on July 19th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness? Can he be excused, subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Page, if you'll step down, please. Would you call your next witness, please?
Your Honor. Next will be Pamela Page.
Does that make a difference for y'all? Because it's not skipping or anything on my end. That's what's weird. It seems fine for me, so. It's grainy on that one. I'll put it back. It's not gonna make a difference.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
Okay. After today, I'll try to pay for it and make it. Maybe it'll make a difference. If not, then
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I'll play around with it and see what happens. Because everything's coming fine, like clear for me. So I don't know what's happening between me and y'all. Okay, hey, buddy.
Your Honor, the state's next witness will be Nevaeh Carter. Nevaeh Carter.
Okay.
It's still choppy. What the heck?
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
Okay, I'd like for you to sit down in your chair and adjust the microphone so you can hear it over the PA system. Then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name, please.
My name is Nevaeh.
Can't hear you. Speak into that microphone.
My name is Nevea, Nevah.
Was Court TV
And your
night
last name?
yesterday, Darzilla?
Carter, Carter.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, how do you know Brooke Page?
My sister.
Is she your older sister?
Yes.
So Justice Page would be your brother-in-law.
Right.
And Araya Page was obviously your niece.
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
18. Do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes.
Do you see Miss Jewell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
Black jacket.
Your Honor, for the record, she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Ms. Carter, do you and the defendant, or did you and the defendant communicate from time to time by social media?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how would you communicate with her through social media? What type?
Typically Snapchat.
What exactly is
Maybe it's just
Snapchat?
long crime or YouTube being goofy. I don't know.
Something that it's a social media platform that people text back and forth or post on.
So on Snapchat, you could send someone a message, type a message,
Yes.
like almost like texting.
Correct.
Could
Maybe
you
because you
also
watched
post
it
a
live,
photograph
I
on
don't know.
Snapchat?
Yes.
What type of things what type of photos could you post? Anything you wanted?
Yes. Anything that you do or want to post that you've taken a picture of.
If you were to post something on Snapchat, who is able to see what you post?
Anyone you follow.
Anyone who follows you.
Yes.
Did the defendant follow you on Snapchat?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that you communicated on Snapchat?
Yes.
Would the defendant at time make comments about things you would post on Snapchat?
Yes.
And would you sometimes then respond to those comments?
Yes.
I want to take you back to July 18th and July 19th of 2023. Do you remember on July 18th ever posting something on Snapchat?
Yes.
What did you post?
A picture of me at my ex-boyfriend at Texas Roadhouse.
Picture of you and you said your ex-boyfriend?
It was just him.
Okay, and that was at Texas Roadhouse.
Yes.
Okay, what was it a picture of?
Just him smiling.
Okay, so you posted this on Snapchat. Did you post this on July 19th or July 18th?
July 18th.
So the day before any of this occurred?
Right.
Did the defendant ever respond to that post?
Yes.
And do you remember what day she responded?
July 19th.
So the day after you posted it?
Right.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor.
I don't know, you guys. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Judge, if I may
How to fix it.
approach. Defense has no objection. This is going to be case number 7 in evidence. No objections.
States Exhibit 7 then will be received without objection.
Ms. Carter, can you just look at this yourself, just briefly? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
A picture taken off my phone of the defendant replying to my story.
Is that the Snapchat post, or picture of the Snapchat post that you posted on July 18th?
Yes.
And does it also show the response you received on July 19th?
Yes.
And who responded to your picture of at the time it was your boyfriend, who responded to that on July 19th?
Rhonda Jewell.
And what time did she respond?
11:25 a.m.
11:25.
That's still your time.
To the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Carter. Just way behind you, turn on and just. Ms. Carter, if you could look behind you, hopefully you can see that, okay? Is that the picture of what I just showed you? And on the very top, whose name is on there?
Rhonda Jewell.
And is that what they call a little like emoji next to her name?
Yes, a Bitmoji.
A Bitmoji, I'm sorry. And is that what she would normally put when she communicated with you through Snapchat?
Yes.
And the time, right under her name, I see where it says yesterday, the time on the far right, what time was that again?
11:25.
So that would have been on July 19th that she posted that.
Yes.
And if you can, there's a picture of your boyfriend at the time. Can you read to the jury, what does she say in response to that picture that you posted?
Hey cuties, Rhonda loves y'all.
And did you respond to when the defendant says, hey cuties, Rhonda loves y'all? How did you respond to it?
I just reacted to it with a heart.
So you basically send a heart with, I guess, is that like a Bitmoji of your cartoon picture of you in a sense? So would it be fair to say on July 19th at 11:25 a.m., the defendant contacts you, communicates with you
Yes.
in response to something you posted a day earlier?
Yes.
Moonlight, you would think, huh?
On July 19th of 2023, when you received this response from the defendant, was that also the day that you were told about Raya being left in a vehicle?
Yes.
The day she was left in a vehicle?
Yes.
How did you find out about it?
A phone call. My aunt was just asking me why I was at the hospital, and then I called my dad, and he just told me to stay there, that someone would be there to come pick me up.
Who came to pick you up from the house on July 19th?
Deputy Baldwin.
Deputy Baldwin, Tyler Baldwin?
Yes.
So he came to your house to pick you up.
Yes.
And where did he take you?
To the hospital where my family was at.
Who was there when you got to the hospital?
My whole family.
Can you describe what you saw when you got to the hospital, to the emergency room?
When I got there, my dad was standing outside, and then we went back into this room where my whole family was just at.
And did you see your sister Brooke there?
Yes, she was already there.
Can you describe her demeanor?
Said they
What was she
texted.
like?
She was slouched over a chair with her head down, just crying.
Your Honor, I think that's how I tender the witness.
Cross-examination of this witness?
Morning, Ms. Carter. I'm so sorry for your loss. Ms. Carter, would you agree with me that your parents and your whole family were close friends with Rhonda Jewell and her family?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, your mom was best friends with Rhonda Jewell, correct?
Yes.
And over the years, you had been to her home on many occasions?
Yes.
She had been to your home on many occasions as well.
Yes.
She went to the wedding of Brooke and Justice and other family events like that, correct?
Yes.
I believe Rhonda's son and one of your brothers had graduated together even, correct?
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
I believe you were very close friends with Gracie, Rhonda's daughter, correct?
Yes.
It was common for you and Rhonda to text one another, correct?
Yes.
daily thing?
Yeah.
In the exhibit number 7, the state asked you to look out on the screen behind you when it was up there. I understand that it looks like someone took a picture of a screen of a smartphone, correct?
Yes.
Who did, you know?
Someone at the sheriff's office.
And you had given that to sheriff's office at some point?
Yes.
You remember when that was?
I think it was the day after.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just not sure? Were you asked to give it to the sheriff's officers by someone?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
I don't know.
Don't remember? Was it someone like a deputy or someone in your family?
I don't know. I just told him she had texted me that day, and I told my sister that, and then we went up there, and they just wanted to take a picture of it.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Carter. I have no other question.
Very well. Counsel, approach the bench, please. Members of the jury, it's close enough to 12 that we're going to go ahead and take our noon recess at this time. You'll be in the jury room and your lunch has arrived. If it's any good, you can thank me. If it's not, you can to the bailiffs about it. But while you're in the jury room enjoying your lunch, do not discuss the case. Talk about anything you want to other than the case. And of course, don't use your cell phone for any purpose of finding out any information about the case. Okay. With those instructions, then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
We're just gonna skip through the lunch and the breaks to try to cut this pretty short today. Not that it's short. We're already at 2 and 40 minutes, but I'm trying to cut it short so I could get through it today.
All right.
Tootie, I will never understand that. How did she talk to the family the entire day? That's one way or another, and never thought about the baby.
All jurors are present. Be seated. Is the state ready to proceed with its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Next witness will be Stacy Pascal.
Yes, ma'am, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, the clerk will swear you in.
I swear to affirm the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
Have a seat, please, and adjust the microphone so that you can speak into it. I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name.
Stacy Pascal, STACYPASCHAL.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pascal, do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today? I'm sorry, if you could.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Can you please point to her and identify to the court what she's wearing?
A black blazer and a white top.
All right, Your Honor, for the record, she's identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that, yes.
On July 19th of 2023, was the defendant taking care of your children?
Yes, sir.
And how many kids do you have?
3.
And what are their ages?
At the time, they were 9, 3, and 3.
And the 2 3-year-olds, are they twins?
Yes.
2 boys and a girl?
2 boys. And my daughter, yeah.
And your daughter. Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh my God, the guilt.
What were the
like,
hours that she would be watching your kids?
Usually
I can imagine.
between 8 and 8:30, till between 5 and 5:30.
Okay. Let me take you to July 19th of 2023. On that day, did the defendant come to your house to watch your kids?
Yes, sir.
What time do you remember her arriving, approximately?
Between 8:15 and 8:30.
When she came into your house, do you remember what she had in her hand, what she brought with her?
She had her pink large cup, a can of chicken, and a bag of chips.
Did she have anything else with her?
Her cell phone.
Her cell phone, okay.
Yes, sir.
Anything other than that?
No.
Did she enter through the front door or back door? How does she normally get in?
The side door, which is what we consider our garage door.
Okay. And do you remember where her car was parked that day?
It was parked in the rocks to the side of the driveway.
So it was outside?
Yes, sir.
Is that where she normally parked?
Yes.
Was your husband home at that time?
No, he had already gone to work.
And when do you normally go to work?
Usually between that 8 and 8:30 time frame.
Do you remember when she came into your house, did she say anything to you before you left for work?
We had a typical conversation like we do every time. I call it like a handoff to anybody that keeps my kids. So we just exchanged a few words regarding the kids.
And do you remember her saying anything to you?
She had said that her shoulder hurt, that she had hurt her shoulder a few days ago. And then we just spoke about the kids. I let her know that they were all still in bed.
So your kids were asleep when she arrived?
Yes, my daughter may have been awake at the time, but she was in her bedroom on her iPad.
When she came into your house, did you see her with an infant named
sir.
Araya?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen Araya before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me how you know about Araya.
I knew that she was Rhonda had asked if she could keep her best friend's baby or best friend's grandbaby on occasion when she had my kids. So I had seen Araya a couple of times.
So she would bring Araya to your house on certain occasions?
Yes, sir.
On that day, did you see Araya at all?
No.
Did she bring Araya ever into the house?
No, sir.
Did she ever bring a baby bag into the
No,
house?
sir.
A baby blanket?
No, sir.
Did she mention anything to you about Araya that day before you went to work?
No, sir.
Do you remember what time she came to your house? I may have already asked.
It was between 8:15 and 8:30. I do not recall the exact time.
And you left around what time did you say?
Between that time frame.
Okay. After you left the house, you go to work.
Yes, sir.
Do you then hear from the defendant at what time?
Before 9 a.m., she sent me a picture of my son's back that I had requested
How did you get this picture?
via text message.
So you text back and forth with the defendant.
Yes, sir.
That day of July 19th, do you recall how many times you texted with her?
If I recall correctly, it was just that time, and then I didn't speak to her again until she called.
Did anyone else call you that morning before you heard from the defendant?
Yes, my daughter called me from her cell phone.
Okay. What did you tell your daughter? And how old is your daughter?
She was 9 at the time.
Okay.
And she had called to ask a silly question. I don't recall exactly what it was, but I could hear her brothers in the background. So I asked her if her brothers were behaving. They usually were little balls of energy.
Yes.
And I could hear Rhonda's voice in the background. That was it. It was a very short conversation.
And did you tell your daughter to do anything?
I had asked her to make sure she brought her puppy inside
Where was the puppy?
in the backyard.
Okay, so outside.
Yes, sir.
Why did you ask her to bring the puppy inside?
We always brought it in for a nap or just to be in the air condition. It was very small, had been dehydrated a couple of times. So
Were you concerned about the puppy being outside in the
yes,
heat?
yes,
And is it your understanding she did bring the puppy in?
yes.
Do you eventually get a phone call from the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember approximately what time it was?
In the 12 o'clock hour, I don't remember the exact time.
Okay, no, that's
Sorry.
okay. You're at work when you get this phone call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did the defendant say to you when she called you?
She said that I needed to come home right now. She was screaming and crying on the phone. She said that she left the baby in the car and that I needed to come home right now.
When she said she left the baby in the car and you need to come home, were you thinking that maybe it was possibly your kids?
No, sir.
Okay, did you ask her about your kids?
Yes, I
What did you ask her?
I said, I need to know what happened. Are my kids okay? And she said, your kids are fine.
Okay, so you were concerned for your kids' safety, obviously.
Yes, sir.
When she said, I left the baby in the car, what did you think when she said that?
I assumed that she meant Araya.
Okay, because you had seen Araya come to your house before.
Yes, sir.
So you get this call from her saying, I left the baby in the car. What did you do?
I dropped everything I was doing and grabbed my stuff and ran to the front of my office to get someone to bring me home.
Did you drive home?
No, I could not. My vehicle was being detailed at the time, and so I just looked at the first person out of the office and asked her to please drive me.
How long does it take you to get to the house?
A couple of minutes. I only live about a mile and a half-ish down the road.
And you live on Estate Street, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Baker County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first get there, what do you see?
There were a lot of police officers and ambulances and fire trucks.
Do you see your 3 kids?
When I pulled in, no, I did not.
When did you first see your kids?
When I got to the porch, I saw 3 sets of eyes looking out the window at me.
What did you do when you saw your kids?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I tried to speak to Rhonda first, and then I dropped all my things on the porch and went inside to check on my children.
When you spoke to Rhonda, what did she tell you?
She was frantic. It was very difficult to understand her, but she just kept saying that she forgot the baby in the car.
So she admitted that to you?
Yes, she was crying very hard, gasping for air.
And then you said your kids, were they inside when you got home or outside?
They were inside the house, but I could see the blinds peeked open, and all 3 of them were up against the window looking outside.
Did you then go inside the house
Yes, sir.
to take care of your kids?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to Rhonda again later that day or during this?
I did. I calmed my children down and I went outside to wave for the girl that drove me home. She waited by the ditch. I asked for her to come sit inside with my children. And so I could go check on Rhonda. And when she came in to sit with my children, I stepped outside and just to ask. I wanted to know what happened. I guess at the time it wasn't dawning on me exactly what had happened.
What'd she tell you?
She just kept repeating the same things over again, that she forgot the baby. And she was crying and she was throwing up.
But once again, she admitted she forgot the baby in the car.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, did you ever see Araya?
Oh, I did not.
She had already been transported?
She was, I guess, in the ambulance. I never saw her. And I never saw her.
Ms. Pascal, thank you. I think that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Cross-examination.
You need a minute, Ms. Pascal, or are you okay?
Keep going.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, please ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes, sir.
The state asked you how you knew Rhonda. Did you know her? How did you know her?
She was a mutual friend. I had never met her before she kept my children. But when I asked about her in the community, we asked very in depth. My friend knew of her, knew very well of her, had been around her. My best friend recommended her. So we received a lot of great reviews, I guess you could say, that she was amazing with children.
So, fair to say you knew her but never met her?
I had never met her before she kept my children, yes, sir.
And so, I understand further that maybe your prior babysitter had an issue and had to quit. Was that my understanding?
Yes, without warning.
And that was kind of sudden, if I recall correctly?
Yes, sir.
So you needed someone quickly.
Yes, sir.
But you just didn't hire on the spot, right?
No. I'm a helicopter mom, so I asked around. I worked at an office local of women that have grown up in Baker County. I'm not from Baker County. And every single one of them said if you could pick one person in Baker County to keep your children, it would be her. So she came highly recommended.
Did you meet with her before hiring her?
I did. We did like a phone call. I called it like a phone interview, really. We talked for a long time. She asked questions, I asked questions, and then she came to the house and sat down, and then me and my boyfriend met with her again to talk, and she met the kids.
When did she actually start sitting with your children?
I want to say the end of March. I don't know a specific date.
End of March, 1st of April, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But just to go back and make sure I'm clear, you have 2 3-year-old twin boys.
Yes, sir.
I guess they're older than that now. At the time they were.
Yes.
You have a 9-year-old daughter.
Yes.
Am I correct in saying that the home on the State Street is where you, your husband live, and all 3 of those kids live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it also fair to say that on some occasions when Rhonda would watch the kids, your daughter wouldn't be there?
Hello.
Yes, on occasion.
Okay. Would it also be fair to
I don't
say
know how to say your name, and I don't want to
first,
butcher it, but it's
hired Rhonda to
Nice
watch your
to meet you.
children, that she watched them more than she was by the time the summer rolled around, correct?
Yes, correct.
How often was she watching them early on?
Early on, it started
breaks do have to
3-4 days a
sit through
week.
them, don't they?
And then as summer approached, I had a little bit more assistance with by the kids' grandmas. And so it bumped down to like 2 to 3 days a week.
And as I understand it, you, as you said, just work right down the road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You work at a health agency?
Yes.
Okay, you're a nurse.
Yes.
So again, early on, it was 3 or 4 days a week consistently, correct?
Squirrel
Yes,
hunter,
sir.
I love
And then
that.
toward it became 2 to 3 days a week. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. for
That, no, that's okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
Was that oftentimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays?
Every week was different. So we kind of either on the Friday before or over the weekend, we would discuss, hey, what you got this week? What days are you available? When, and we just went like that, whatever worked for each other.
Is it accurate to say that on this particular week, she was going to watch the boys and your daughter on Wednesday and Thursday?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't watch them on Monday and Tuesday?
No, sir.
Or on Friday, obviously?
No.
Okay. Prior to July 19th, approximately how many times would you say she watched your boys or your daughter?
Your dog.
This
That's
is a group.
awesome. I had one that would get squirrels all the time
Let
too.
me ask you this better.
Okay.
If I said 4 days a week from March or April through early June and then 2 to 3 days a week after that, it'd be pretty accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Any problems with Mrs. Jewell?
No. She was wonderful for us.
Did your children have a nickname for her?
Emery, I don't know. I don't understand it.
They called her Raw Raw.
And I think you told us already that she would watch either both the boys or the boys and your daughter from about sometime between 8 and 8:30 until about 5 to 5:30, correct?
Yes.
Feed them,
Yeah.
clothe them, all those things that provide care.
Yes.
Ever any problems with that?
No. She got my boys to try new things, which was very difficult. She interacted with them very well. She actually played with them and taught them things.
Objection, Your Honor, improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Do you have any safety concerns for your children at all?
No, sir. Never.
Mr. Yazdi, I asked you about a text. Now, on the morning of the 19th, what did you ask Rhonda to do once you had left?
I had told her my son, Jackson, one of the twins, had fallen, gotten hurt the night before. I had asked her if she'd send me a picture of his back when he woke up. I was afraid that he was going to have a really bad bruise from his fall.
And did she do that?
Yes, sir.
And that injury had nothing to do with Mrs. Jewell?
Oh, no, she wasn't even there. It happened at our house. He was being a typical boy.
Thank you. And other than the phone call your daughter made where you could hear the boys in the background as well as Rhonda talking, you had no further communication, correct?
No, sir.
When you first hired Mrs. Jewell, you had a lot more text with her, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when Araya started coming over to your home?
I feel like it was in May.
You're not 100% sure? of
No,
that?
I'm not sure of a date.
It certainly would have been by June, is that fair
Yes,
enough to say?
yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Araya was never there when you got home?
No, she was always gone. She left at lunchtime, I think.
You're not sure because you weren't there?
Yeah, I wasn't there, but
The routine that Rhonda would normally follow, would be she would come through the side door next to the actual garage doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was open generally, I'm assuming?
yes,
And inside the garage there was, I know at least a golf car, but other items as well, correct?
yes,
think you'd indicated in prior testimony that some of your husband's parents' furniture was in there, so no cars would go in there.
Oh,
correct?
no, slam packed.
Okay. And through that garage, there's a second door into the actual house.
Yes, sir.
Where does that door come out in your home?
It comes out into the living room. It's all an open floor plan, so you would walk to the left as your living room, to the right would be a hallway down to my bedroom, and then forward would be the kitchen.
If you were to walk in the front door of your home,
Enjoy
what would be the
painting.
first thing you'd walk into?
The living room.
Grab, because
And
that's,
what's behind the
this
living
is all
room toward
we'll
the back
be
of the
doing.
house?
Probably is watching.
There would be the kitchen and dining room, and then beyond those walls is a playroom.
And so if you walked in, you would see all that, basically all but the playroom, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You'd see the dining room, living room, and then the kitchen.
yes, there's no walls, it's open.
Thank you. And then there's a separate room, sounds like, where there's a door into what you call a playroom.
Yes, yes.
And is that off to the right if you walk to the kitchen area?
Yes, it is, Granny.
To the left. So between the kitchen and dining room, I saw open, but then there's a doorway that goes into a playroom.
Armadillo.
And you had told Rhonda that just to knock and come on in, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That was her routine.
That's what I do, family and friends, just knock and come in. If some mornings I would be getting dressed, or something, she knew that she could come in, she didn't have to stand at the door.
Would it be fair to say that on the 19th, you had asked Rhonda to come a little bit early because you wanted to get to work, because you had a meeting at work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And that when she did arrive, you were in a hurry to leave.
Yes, I had my stuff gathered to leave.
You had this very brief conversation with Rhonda, and then you went out the front door, I'm assuming?
The garage door.
Garage door.
Yes, sir.
Got into your vehicle and back down the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I agree, Granny. It was more than she could keep up with. 4 kids is a lot. Trust me, I've got them. I'll have 4 myself.
Mr. Asdi asked you about a phone call that you got from Rhonda Jewell. You're not sure what time it was.
I don't remember a specific time. No, sir.
I told you it was around 1:15. Would that sound about right to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you also short call?
Very short. Yes.
And in this call, were you expecting to get a call from her at that point?
No, it was rare for her to call me during the day. Usually it was either a text message or a Snapchat. So I knew to answer immediately.
And when you answered the phone, I guess you knew it was her calling from the
Yes.
phone, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
What did Rhonda Jewell sound like to you at that point?
She was distraught. It was very hard to understand her. I think I had to say, Rhonda, I had to try to get through to her, I need to know what's wrong. She was screaming, she was crying.
Blue and Moose.
Mr. Yesti asked you about what Rhonda Jewell said in the phone call. I think I wrote it down correctly.
Sorry, y'all. I thought I was muted yelling at my dogs.
She told you you need to come home right now,
Sir.
that your kids were fine,
Yes, sir.
and she left the baby in the car is how you phrased it.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did she also say this? I left the baby in the car. How could I be so stupid? How could this happen? As I understand your testimony, you obviously rushed home. A friend drove you.
Yes, sir.
And again, you're a few minutes away, obviously.
Yes, sir.
You described the scene when you first arrived, and you described going up to the house and seeing your kid's eyes
Yes.
out the window. And where is
Good
Miss
question,
Jewell,
Granny.
Rhonda Jewell at that point? Do you remember?
She was on the front porch. She was by herself, from what I remember. She was on the front porch and she was crying.
Did you talk to her at all at that point?
I did. I just said, Rhonda, what's wrong? What happened?
And what did she say?
She said, I forgot the baby in the car.
So you go in and check on your kids, obviously.
Yes.
That's your primary force
Absolutely.
at this point.
Absolutely.
And they were fine, obviously.
Just concerned.
Sure. So how long before you come back out would you estimate it? A minute or two?
Yeah, just a minute or so. I told them told Big Sister to get the boys away from the window. And I told him, just hang on a second. Let me get the girl that drove me home. Let me get her to come sit inside with them.
Right, the lady that drove you from your work
Yes.
went inside with them. Okay.
Yes.
You went out to speak to Rhonda.
I did.
That's because you wanted to know, you weren't sure what had happened at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is she out there by herself still? Do you remember?
Yes.
What was she doing at that point?
Crying. She was throwing up and then dry heaving.
Juicer, you must know the answer to that question.
Was she saying anything at that point when you went out on the porch with her?
She just kept repeating the same things over and over again. She forgot the baby, and she asked me to call Mr. Robbie.
So she repeated, I forgot the baby, I forgot the baby, I forgot the baby.
Yes, sir.
Is she crying? What is she doing?
Would you describe her as extremely distraught?
Yes, sir.
Did you think she was in a panic mode at that point?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, speculative.
Sustained.
Ms. Pascal, did you notice that whether Rhonda Jewell had urinated on herself at this point?
Yes, sir.
You could see that very clearly.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you, at law enforcement's request, get her a change of,
Yes, sir. I went in my
Pardon?
house and tried to find her a pair of shorts.
just a pair of shorts?
Yeah.
Granny, yeah, I think
Please
so.
have just a moment.
This has got to be hard for all of them. I can imagine. Even her, like, she shouldn't have made the mistake, but it happens. Not that it makes it okay, but she's got to live with that forever. She's the reason. Like, this has messed up so many people. She's the reason the baby passed away. The babysitter, the lady that's on this stand, I'm sure is going to feel guilt for the rest of her life that they were at her house watching her kids, and one of, like, her kids survived and the baby didn't. The parents, obviously, in that family losing the baby. Golly.
A couple last things.
This would be a hard one to be
Just
a
to be
jury
clear,
for.
you had seen Uriah before, correct?
Yes.
She had brought her into your home when she arrived, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned, Ron, that you two texted a lot more early on. Would it be fair to say that these were
Definitely
quick
not
texts,
like
right?
Lonnie.
Yeah. I usually would just check in
No.
every hour or every couple of hours, things of that nature.
From everything, she spent quality time with your boys and your daughter.
Yes,
When
my
she was
children
there.
love her. Yes.
When she was there, she was engaged with them directly, correct?
Yes, directly.
And you've witnessed this, correct?
Yes, absolutely. She would walk right in the door if they were awake, get right on the floor and start playing trucks or trains or whatever they were playing with.
I have no other questions, Ron.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can she be excused, subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Judge.
Okay, fine. If you'll step down, please, ma'am.
Why are they doing that? Subject to recall. Well, how many times do
Would
they?
the state call the next witness?
Pamela Page.
20 minutes early. I looked at the phone just a minute ago and I was like, oh, it's almost time for Carson to wake up. Good morning, sunshine. Oh, Juicer, I dread Monday if it's, oh my gosh. I would do it on the weekends, but my house is such chaos, there's no way. We'll just have to do it like Monday through Friday and maybe Saturday and Sunday if I'm able to go live. It'll be at night and just fun times, but
Stand up, please, ma'am. The clerk wants to swear
definitely
you in.
not
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
4 days on the weekend.
solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
Now have a seat, and I'll ask you to sit close to that microphone so that you can hear yourself over the system when you talk. I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name, please.
My name is Pamela Williams Page, Pamela Williams hyphen Paige.
Thank you, ma'am. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss, what is your profession?
I'm a registered nurse, and I'm a registered nurse
Registered nurse. How long have you been a nurse?
for 31, almost 32 years.
So your son would be Justice Page,
Yes,
and your daughter-in-law would be Brooke.
yes,
So obviously your granddaughter was Araya.
yes,
Was Araya your first granddaughter?
yes.
Do you know a Rhonda Jewell?
Yes, I know of her.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Tarzilla, that's
Yes, I see her.
Could you
smart thinking, 'cause
point
I
to
didn't
her and
even think
identify
about
what
that. I
she's
should've-
wearing?
She looks to be wearing a black jacket and a pinstripe shirt.
Your Honor, she's identified the defendant for the record.
The record will so reflect.
Ms. Page, let me take you to July 19th of 2023.
Mhm.
Can you tell the jury, how did you find out about this incident? Where were you?
I was actually at Walmart, and I got a call on my cell phone from Brooke.
And when you say Walmart, you mean the one here on 5th Street, I think it is? In
Sixth
McLean?
Street.
6th Street.
Yeah, Fifth
okay.
Street, and Fifth Street, and 228 in McLean.
Okay. Can you describe when you received this phone call from Brooke, your daughter-in-law, how did she sound on the phone?
She sounded frantic, and terrified.
Do you remember what she said?
I do. She said, "Get to me, and get to me right now. Araya's lips are blue."
When you heard that Araya's lips are blue, what did you do?
I just started running towards my car, and I told her to give her CPR.
So what was going through your mind when you heard Araya's lips are blue?
I didn't know why her lips were blue. I just knew she needed to give her CPR to try to resuscitate her. So I just started coaching her as I was running to my car through CPR.
Being that you've been a nurse now, you said for about 31 years, I would imagine as a nurse that you're well trained on how to perform CPR.
Yes,
Did you start giving those instructions to Brooke Page?
yes, I did.
Okay. And this is while you're running out of Walmart trying to get to your car?
Yes, to get to her and Araya.
And very briefly, can you just describe to the jury what is CPR?
CPR is giving a person breaths to breathe for them. And that's all I wanted her to do, was give her breaths.
Okay. Do you get to your car in the parking lot?
I get to my car in the parking lot, and I'm driving and still coaching her through CPR. I'm praying. and I'm just driving, and I drove to her house. I got to her house and I said, you're not home. Where are you? And she said, I'm in McClenny 2.
What is McClenny 2?
McClenny 2 is a neighborhood in South McClenny, down South 121.
So would it be fair, Ms. Page, to say that you went straight to your son and daughter-in-law's house and realized they weren't there?
Yes,
And then when you talk to Brooke, she says, I'm in McClenny 2.
yes.
Do you then go there?
And I drove there, still talking to her on the phone, just trying to get an understanding of what happened, and just driving and trying to talk to her, because she kept saying, please don't die, Araya, please don't die. And I told her, don't think that way, we just have to pray. I said, just hold on to your faith. We just have to pray. Don't think like that. And when I got to the entrance of McClenny 2, I saw the ambulance. I saw the ambulance and a police car, and I pulled to the side of the road, and then I got behind the ambulance and started driving because I knew it had to be them.
Could you see Araya at that point?
No, I couldn't see Araya at that point.
And was the ambulance still at the house, or was it leaving?
It was leaving. The ambulance was on Highway 121 going north.
Going towards Ed Frazier?
Yes.
And did you follow the ambulance?
Yes, I did.
And did you get to Ed Frazier
Yes.
about the same time the ambulance did?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got there?
I saw the rescue workers taking Araya out of the ambulance, and they were still doing CPR. And I could see Araya, she just looked lifeless. And one of the paramedics was crying, so I kind of knew that was a bad sign.
Were you, when you first got there, Ms. Page, were you or any of the family members allowed to go inside the ER at first?
No.
This is hard.
Were you present when the doctor came out and pronounced that she was deceased?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
I just remember hearing screaming, and I don't really even know if it came from me or if it came from Brooke. And then we were taken to the chapel.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any more questions. Ms. Page, thank you. I tender the witness.
Mrs. Page, we're sorry for your loss. Just got a couple of quick questions for you. At the time, in the July of 2023, were you keeping Araya at any point during the week?
I kept her on Tuesdays and Thursdays sometimes.
Okay. So that was on Tuesdays and Thursdays? Were you scheduled to keep
Yes.
her the following day on Thursday?
I don't know. Sometimes, usually it was just Tuesdays. Sometimes it was Thursdays. It just depended on whether Brooke was off or whether she had a doctor's appointment, because sometimes she would keep her at home, but I can't recall if I was scheduled to keep her the next day.
Ms. Page, you didn't really know Rhonda Jewell at all, correct?
I knew of her.
Knew of her, that's what I said. You never spoken to her before, right?
I may have in passing at family events.
Was she at a lot of family events?
She was at the ones I was at on Brooke's side of the family.
So when Brooke had a family event, Rhonda Jewell was often there?
When at the ones that I was at.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. Yes. Ms. Jewell was at the housewarming when you were there as well?
I'm sorry?
Was Miss Jewell at the housewarming when you were there?
Objection relevance.
I'm just trying to determine what kind of context you have with Rhonda Jewell, Judge.
I'll sustain that. I think she's made the point that it's sustained.
Judge, can I have just a moment? Thank you, Mrs. Page. I have no other questions on it.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Can she be excused?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Page, you are excused, subject to
So
recall. If you need you,
aggravating.
they'll call you back. And if you, this time, if you'll step down, please, ma'am. Would the state call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Next is going to be Deputy Robert Wilson.
Deputy Wilson, would you face the clerk and raise your right hand, please, sir?
Do you solemnly swear or confirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat, sir. Adjust the microphone, if you will, so you can speak into it. And then I'm going to ask you, if you will, please, to state your name and then spell your name.
Yes, sir. That's Corporal Robert Wilson, ROBERT WILSON.
May it please the court?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Corporal Robert Wilson with the Baker County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Baker County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 2 years.
And you said your current position?
Favorite
Yes.
joy. Yes.
Please describe for the jury your duties and responsibilities as a corporal.
I am on the patrol side of the Sheriff's Office.
Dad's mom.
I'm a supervisor for Bravo shift. I patrol and
2DI.
maintain or respond to calls throughout the county of Baker.
I'm going to take you back to July 19th of 2023. Were you employed by the Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was.
And what was your position back on July 19th?
I was just deputy on zone patrol.
And were you on duty July 19th of 2023?
I was.
Listening with y'all.
And were you in uniform?
I was.
As part of your uniform, do you wear a body camera?
I do.
Can you please describe for the jury what a body camera is?
Body camera is provided by the agency as a Axon brand. It sets a center mount on my chest. Anytime we engage in a law enforcement capacity, we activate it and it records sound and audio of what I'm witnessing.
I know it's been a little while, but do you recall what hours or what shift you were working back on July 19th?
I was day shift. I worked from 6A to 6P.
And do you remember the weather that day?
It was a July normal sunny day.
Now, while you were on duty on July 19th, did you receive a call to go to 4596 Estate Street here in McClenny, Florida?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
From what I recall, it was a child not breathing call.
And if you recall, approximately how long did it take you to get there?
I don't recall exact, but within 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, I was on scene.
And when you got on scene, can you please tell the jury what you observed? What was going on?
As soon as I arrived on scene, I walked, there was people running around frantic. I walked straight into the garage where the EMS crews that just went in. I was right behind them. When I got inside the garage, I found the Aria on the golf cart and commenced assisting in CPR.
Who all was in the garage with you?
At that time, it was me and the 2 EMS personnel, and then I believe family was going in and out. I was focused on the child at the time.
Were you assisting EMS with caring for Araya?
Yes.
Now, at some point while you were in the hospital, or while you were at that location, was a decision made to leave the garage?
Yes, after a few minutes of CPR.
And where did you go next?
We went straight to the rescue unit.
And when you departed that location, where did you go?
Once it was determined we were going to the hospital, we went to Ed Frazier's, and I provided an escort through the county.
When you say you provided escort, can you please describe for the jury what that means?
Sure. I coordinated with the additional units who were on the scene, and we ran lights and sirens with the ambulance and blocked the intersections to provide a smooth and quick response to the hospital.
And while this was going on July 19th, were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it activated?
It was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And it was been previously marked as State's Exhibit H for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a CD of footage of my body cam.
Is that signature on that CD yours?
It is.
Does that signature indicate that you reviewed the contents of that body camera?
I have.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you recall happening on July 19th?
Yes, sir.
Has it been tampered or altered with other than redactions?
No.
Your Honor, the statement moved in was previously marked as State's Exhibit H.
Any objections other than were previously raised?
No other ones, Judge.
Very well.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Oh Lord, are they about to play the body cam? This is going to be really hard. So,
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
if that's what's happening, trigger warning, you guys.
Nature of the video we're about to see, I'm going to ask that the live streaming turn away from the screen and not allow that. Have I said that? You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Please do. Deputy Wilson, if you want to screen behind you there.
Ruby, I hope you had the best time last night, by the way. I'm not real sure what's happening, why it's silent. Are they watching the video and just don't want us to see it? Is that what's happening, I think? We're trying to get it to work.
Deputy Wilson, that was your body camera?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Watching.
And
They didn't want us to see it.
When you responded to the hospital, did you go into the hospital itself?
I did.
And did you then communicate with other law enforcement in your agency to further investigate this case?
I did.
No other questions?
Cross-examination.
Judge, I have no questions for Officer Wilson.
Corporal Wilson, can he be excused at this point? Again, subject to recall.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
Okay, so you're excused, but listen carefully. You may be recalled. Thank you, sir. Would the state call its next witness?
Rebecca Cohn?
Hey, Corvette girl.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you give the truth and the whole truth so help you God?
I do.
Seat, please, ma'am, and I'll ask you to sit up close enough to get the microphone adjusted so that you can speak. And I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name for the record.
My name is Rebecca Cohn, Rebecca, Cohn, Cone.
Counsel?
May it please the court? Good afternoon. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Rebecca Cohn,
And where do you work?
the Baker County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Baker County Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
What is your current position?
I'm a detective,
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Have you had other positions here at the Sheriff's Office?
I have a dispatcher, emergency management director,
evidence custodian and the crime scene technician.
And back in July of 2023, what position were you holding?
A detective and crime scene and evidence technician.
On July 19th of 2023, did you respond to 4596 Estate Street here in McClenny, Florida?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I was directed there for a child death.
And can you please tell the jury what you did when you responded to that location?
When I got there, I photographed the scene and collected evidence from the scene.
Can you please tell the jury, have you had training in photographing crime scenes as part of being a crime scene technician?
I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Second Colonel Kennedy was previously marked as state's deposit exhibit J1 through 5. Can you please take a look at those and see if you recognize what they are?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
They're photographs of the defendant's vehicle.
Did you take those photographs?
I did.
They fairly and accurately represent what you recall July 19th, 2012.
They do.
Darcilla, I think it's pretty crappy, but then again, it might
sir.
be a good thing, like, as far as mentally, for the
Any
family, I
objection?
don't
No
know.
objection.
It will be received then as 9A through E.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Detective Cohen, if I can have you focus on the screen behind you here in just a moment. I believe this would be states J1. Could you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
The defendant's vehicle.
And to your knowledge, had it been moved at all?
No, sir.
And you took this photograph? This is at the location that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next, this would be states J2. And what do we see in this photograph?
The defendant's vehicle, the door is open on her side.
And can you please tell the jury what is inside the vehicle?
It's an infant carrier.
J3, the next photograph. Again, Detective Cohen, what do we see here?
Infant carrier, a diaper bag, and a pink blanket.
Oh my God.
J4.
Oh, that's gut wrenching.
What is in this photograph, ma'am?
Infant carrier, pink blanket.
Trigger warning, you
diaper
guys.
bag.
And is this photographing the vehicle as law enforcement found it that day?
Yeah.
And J5, again, ma'am, if you could tell us what's in this photograph.
The infant carrier.
And Detective, did you also go into the residence at that location?
I did.
And did you take photographs inside there as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Cohen, handing you what's been marked as State's Composite Exhibit I-1 and 2. Will you again take a look at those and let us know if you recognize what they are?
I do.
What are they?
Photographs from the inside of the residence.
Fairly accurately depict what you recall on July 19th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
They didn't alter or tamper anything?
No, sir.
You understand we move in State's Composite Exhibit I-1 and 2 as item new to these States 9A and B? 10A.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received in State's Composite Exhibit 10A and B.
Permission, Public Shop?
Granted.
All right, Detective Cohn, here in just a moment, again on the screen behind you. I believe this would be State's 10A. Can you please inform the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the kitchen of the residence.
And this was on July 19th when you responded to the scene?
Yes, sir.
This would be State's 10B. Please let us know what's in this photograph as well, ma'am.
This is a back porch area, and there was a kennel with a dog.
Detective Cohn, while you were on scene on July 19th at that residence, did you do any other investigating or collection of evidence?
I collected the items out of the vehicle, but nothing from within the residence.
And was there any testing performed on the vehicle or anything else that you were involved with?
The only testing was with a heat gun to determine the interior temperature of the vehicle.
And did you perform that testing, or were you with other emergency services or law enforcement?
I was with Fire Chief Blanton.
And was Chief Blanton the person who performed that analysis?
Correct.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Tender the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Officer Cohn. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. What time did you arrive at the Estates Drive?
I don't know the exact time. It was in the report.
You give me an estimate?
It was afternoon, I believe.
Okay, can you give me just a moment?
Mm-hmm.
Did you make a report yourself, Officer Cohn?
I did a supplement to the report.
Judge, can I approach the witness? May I approach the witness?
You may.
Officer Cohn, I'm going to show you what's called an incident report.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Incident report, like a CAD report? An incident report. Okay, that's an offense report, a report of the offense?
It says incident.
Correct.
So what is that?
It's the police report, an accounting of the event.
Would your supplement be in here?
Yes, it should be.
Look forward if you give me a time that you arrive.
It is not on my supplement at the time that I arrived. It would be on the CAD report.
Officer, when you arrived, was medical personnel still on scene or not?
No, sir.
Okay. Were other deputies still on scene, do you recall?
Detective Curry,
Detective Curry? Was he in a marked patrol vehicle or unmarked? Do you recall?
unmarked.
Was he the only other officer there at the time?
Yes, sir.
There were no other rescue units of fire rescue of any kind?
Not that I recall.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed on scene at the Estates Drive address?
At least an hour.
Was your purpose there to take photographs and collect evidence?
Correct.
Okay. The photographs that were shown to you by the state, marked as photographs 9A through E, and I believe 10A and B. You took more photographs than that, correct?
I did.
As it relates to pictures 9A through E of the vehicle, do you know whether the items in the vehicle have been moved at all?
Not to my knowledge, they had not been moved.
But you're not sure?
No, sir.
Okay. You weren't there when EMS arrived, you weren't there when law enforcement arrived?
No, sir. I photographed it as I saw it when I arrived.
Whatever time that may have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same true for the photographs inside the home. You took more than those two photographs?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know what had been moved after EMS had arrived or law enforcement had arrived, correct?
Right.
Referring to photographs 10A and B, one is of the kitchen and one is of what you call a back porch. Could that also be a playroom?
It could be.
Okay. Is it fair to say that if you were looking at the photograph of the kitchen, that playroom was off to the left rear?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you did arrive, Rhonda Jewell was still at the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that she was very upset and crying?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that she had urinated on herself?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Any redirect of this witness?
Just a moment, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Very brief. Detective Cohen, when you photograph a scene, is it your habit and practice to take several photographs of the same objects or location?
Yes, it is.
Would those photographs be duplicative if all were shown?
I'm sorry?
Would showing all those photographs be duplicative? Would you see the same thing over and over?
Yes, sir.
No other questions.
Any other questions of this witness?
Just one last one, Judge. You took other photographs, so they weren't all duplicates, were they?
No, sir.
Okay. No other questions.
Okay. Can she be excused, again, subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
You are excused, subject to recall.
Thank you.
Would the state call its next witness, please?
Next, Your Honor, will be Paul Dickinson.
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
Swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth.
I do.
Have a seat, please. I'll ask you to adjust you can get up close to the microphone so you speak into it. And then I'll ask you to state your name and then spell your name for the record.
Yes, sir. My name's Paul Dickinson, Paul
Dickinson.
Thank you, sir.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Dickinson, where do you currently work?
I work for Baker County Fire.
How long have you worked with the Baker County Fire Rescue?
Close to 15 years.
Where did you work before that?
I've worked for a couple other agencies in private ambulance services. I worked for Suwannee County, Century Ambulance Service in Jacksonville, Lifeguard Ambulance Service in Lake City when they were there.
So how many years of experience do you have in this line of field?
20 plus.
Can you tell the jury your education?
As referring to what I do now, I became an EMT. Once I was finished with my EMT, pursued my paramedic. After that, I obtained a bachelor's degree in criminal justice as well as my associate's degree in EMS.
Mr. Dickinson, how long have you been an EMT? I'm sorry, did you say?
Yes, sir, paramedic.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much about 20 plus years, about 24 or so.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities?
I am an officer with Baker County Fire Rescue. We provide 911 services to the residents of Baker County. Emergency response.
In your career, approximately how many emergencies have you responded to?
There has been thousands plus.
Thousands?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury when you respond to a scene, what do you normally first do?
One of the very first things we do is we look for our safety. We look to make sure that the scene is safe for us to approach. And once we identify our patient. Once our patient is identified, whether the number of patients and who that patient is, we immediately go to assess that patient.
And then you care for that patient?
Yes, sir. Assess for injuries or illness of that patient.
This one is sad.
Yes, sir.
It happened in Texas, not Texas, Florida, excuse me.
When you respond to a
Not
scene,
far from her
and you
tooting
assess a patient and you care for a patient, do you write a report as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. What is the purpose of writing a report?
Don't you make sure you clean
To
it.
remember the events of that day,
Shit
or
stinks.
what happened on that call.
When do you normally write the report when you respond to a scene?
As soon as possible when it's finished. If it's feasible, as soon as we get back to the station and have access to a computer to do that.
And what is the purpose of writing a report?
To document the events of their call and to be able to remember what happened on that call.
Would it be fair to say that because of how many numerous calls you refer to, that writing a report helps memorialize what occurred on that day when you responded to that scene?
Yes, sir.
And would you say those reports are accurate as to what occurred on those days?
Yes, sir.
Let me take you to July 19th of 2023. Did you respond to a call on that day?
Yes, sir.
When you responded, were you by yourself or did you have a second crew member?
No, sir. I had a second crew member with me.
And who was that second crew member?
That was Laura Lee Gonzalez.
And who was the lead crew member?
That would be me.
Where did you respond to?
The address specifically?
Yes.
Give me a minute. Let me refer to my report and I'll give you that address.
Yes, sir.
We responded to it was 4596 Estate Street.
And that's here in Baker County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And if you need to refer to your report from time to time, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time you arrived?
Again, let me refer to my report and I'll give you that.
Yes, sir.
Funky, you're so gross.
We arrived on scene at 1317.
What would 1317 be?
117.
117.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first arrived, you tell the jury, what did you first see when you first arrived?
My partner walked in ahead of myself, and I walked in behind her. We found the child laying on the seat of a side-by-side vehicle in a garage.
In the garage of the residence?
Yes, sir.
And did you see anyone with the child?
There were bystanders there, but I don't think there was anybody like right next to the child.
What did you and your second crew member begin to do at that moment?
My partner was ahead of me, and she started chest compressions, and I started ventilating the patient with a BVM, a bag valve mask.
And what is that again?
Bag valve mask, it's a device used to provide artificial ventilation.
And why was
Someone
that
not
used
breathing.
on this patient?
Because the patient was not breathing.
Can you describe how the patient appeared to you?
The patient was hot to the touch. She was pulseless and apneic, not breathing, and had no pulse.
Did you determine at a later time how old the patient was?
Yes, sir. At some point we did.
And what did you determine?
Let me refer to my report.
Yes, sir.
Emery, I would hope so, but does he know if we're kidding or if we're serious?
Patient was 10 months old.
10 months old. And did you also determine her name?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I'm going to look at my report. I'm sorry. That
That's
was
right.
Araya Page.
Araya Page.
Yes, sir.
Did you determine if Araya had suffered a cardiac arrest?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what that means?
That is a absence of a heartbeat.
Tennessee sweetheart, he needs stock and dude wipes.
Did you determine if Araya had suffered a cardiac arrest before you arrived there?
Yes, sir.
Did she?
Yes, sir.
And how
Right
did you
after-
determine that?
Because she had no pulse on our arrival.
Okay. Do you know if CPR care was done by anyone before you and your second crew member arrived?
I believe bystander CPR was initiated, but my partner walked in before me, so I didn't personally witness the bystander CPR.
But then when your second crew member walked in, she took over?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And then when you arrived, you also attempted CPR?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what is first monitored rhythm?
That's the first rhythm that we see on the cardiac monitor when we put the patient on the monitor.
Was that done?
Yes, sir.
And what was the outcome?
The first monitored rhythm on this patient was asystole.
And what does that mean?
That's without any systole. That's without any type of beat. It's a flat line.
Basically
Yes, sir.
pulseless.
Pulseless.
When you first started to treat Araya, the patient, you said there was no pulse. Did she have any motor response at all?
No, sir.
You did chest compressions during CPR? Make any difference?
No, sir.
Did you administer oxygen?
Yes, sir.
Did it make any difference?
No, sir.
Still no pulse, no motor responses?
None.
Can you describe to the jury how the patient felt when you touched her?
Hot to the touch. And her skin was dry. She was hot to the touch.
What about her lips?
They were
Anything unusual?
cyanotic.
I'm sorry, sir.
They were cyanotic.
What is that?
It's blue in color.
What is rigor mortis?
Stiffening of the muscles after death.
So that only occurs, obviously, after a patient has passed.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any signs of rigor mortis on Araya?
Once we were en route to the hospital, we did.
What signs did you notice?
One of the crew members that rode with us, we put a firefighter in a truck with us to ride with us to help with the call. And when he tried to open her mouth to ventilate the patient, because he had took over ventilations, he noticed some stiffness there, and we also noticed some stiffness in her arms.
You transported Araya, the patient, to Ed Frazier?
Yes, sir.
And then as she was transported to Ed Frazier, was her care basically turned over to the doctor who was there and the staff that was at Ed Frazier?
Yes, sir.
Did that complete your involvement, Mr. Dickinson?
Yes, sir, it did.
Your Honor, I think that's all I have. I do tender the witness.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said you've been doing firefighter, paramedic EMS for 25 years?
Yes, sir. 20 plus.
20 plus, I'm sorry. And Mr. Yasti had asked you some questions. I only want to cover one with you. You mentioned at the very end rigor mortis. And again, what is that again? I'm sorry?
Stiffening of the muscles after death.
From your training experience, do you know how long after death rigor mortis starts?
Couple hours.
Hours?
2 to 3 hours.
So in this case, Araya had been deceased for 2 or 3 hours?
Very possible.
Very possible? You said very possible?
That's possible, yes, sir.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
I think he can, Your Honor, yes.
No objection. Being excused.
You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
State want to call its next witness, please?
Your Honor, can we approach briefly concerning this, if that's all right? Could we approach briefly concerning?
Yes.
This judge doesn't seem to like them approaching, does he? I'm going to speed this up a little bit just to help us get through this. Y'all tell me if it's too fast. I'll slow it back down.
Afternoon recess. We're going to be in recess for about 20 minutes. So that'll get us back here approximately 3 o'clock. So at this time, Mr. Bailiff, if you will escort the jury back to the jury room. And again, the instruction, don't talk about the case. All right.
Uh-oh, what's happening? What is happening? Always wanted to learn how to fly fish, Granny. Breakdown. I'll skip that part.
Yes.
I think fly fishing would be a lot of fun. Not that we have anywhere to do that around here that I know of.
Okay, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please show the jury back in.
All right.
We may actually get through this before I have to go get Brooklyn.
Auditor present.
Be seated, please. Would the state please call its next witness?
Next, Your Honor, is going to be Dr. Aaron Ward.
I'll be right back.
All right, sir, if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and let the clerk swear you in, please.
You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat there, and I'm going to ask you to sit up close to the microphone and adjust it so you can talk right into it. And then I'm going to ask you to tell us what your name is and then spell your name for the court report.
Okay. Aaron Ward, AARON, WARD.
Thank you, sir. Counsel?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Ward, where do you currently work?
At Fraser Hospital.
And what is your hospital?
Currently, I'm the hospitalist at the hospital. I take care of people who are admitted to the hospital.
Dr. Ward, how long have you been at Fraser?
I believe I started there in September 2017.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities?
Well, currently, I take care of people who are admitted to the hospital side. I don't work in the emergency room anymore. But when I started at Fraser, I was primary in emergency room doctor, functioning in that capacity up until, I think, about mid-January of this year.
Before you went to Ed Fraser, where did you work before that, doctor?
I was in Georgia. I was working at Wayne County Memorial Hospital in Jessup and then Liberty Regional Hospital in Hinesville.
And what were your duties and responsibilities when you were there?
I was functioning as an emergency room doctor.
And can you tell the jury your educational experience?
Sure. I went to or attended Windsor University School of Medicine. I started that program in 2008, graduated in 2012. And then I went to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital where I attended the family medicine residency program. And I graduated that program in 2017.
Roughly, doctor, since you've been at Ed Fraser, and it's been a number of years, you've treated a lot of patients.
Yes.
Approximately how many different patients would you say you've treated?
How many patients?
Yeah, thousands?
Lord, I don't know. I would think so because I primarily work a full-time job at one hospital, and I'd work another full-time job at another hospital. So for several years there, I would work probably 26, 29 shifts a month.
Okay. As a doctor treating all these different patients, have you treated a lot of children?
Sure, yes.
Infants?
Yes.
What type of injuries have you treated with involving infants?
Injuries? Yes. Anything from taking a splinter out of a toe to head injuries, children involved in falls, farming accidents, burns, broken arms, broken bones, things like that. Something stuck in the nose, stuck in the ear, things like that.
And have you been involved in cases involving infants where unfortunately they passed away?
Yes.
How many of those would you approximate?
I don't know, probably a dozen or more. If you go back into the residency program too, probably about 2 dozen-ish.
Have you ever been involved in a case, not talking about this case, involving an infant who passed away or a child who passed away due to heat stroke?
No.
Okay. So let me take you to July 19th of 2023. Where were you working at that time?
I was working in the emergency room at Fraser Hospital.
On that date of July 19th of 2023, doctor, did you have an occasion to treat or to see a patient by the name of Araya Page?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, did you determine the approximate age of Araya Page when she was put into the hospital?
Well, she was an infant. I didn't know exactly how old she was whenever she first came into the hospital, but obviously an infant.
Can you describe to the jury when you first saw the patient, Araya Page, how did she appear to you?
She appeared to me obviously deceased. Her skin just didn't have any perfusion. She was in rigor mortis.
When a individual, an infant, is brought into the hospital like that, are you normally briefed on what's going on?
We're briefed to the extent of the knowledge of the people who are briefing us. So sometimes we may not, if the paramedics or the firefighters or the law enforcement folks or family are bringing the patient in, they may not know everything that's going on, but to the extent of the people's knowledge who are bringing the patient to us.
Is it important to be briefed in order to maybe do some sort of treatment on that patient?
Yes.
Were you briefed on the situation involving Araya Page?
We got a report over the radio that we knew that the EMS and the fire department and law enforcement had gone out to a child in a hot car. And we were waiting we have a radio in the ER at the nurse's station, and we can hear some of the traffic, not all but some. And we were waiting to see if they were going to transport to Wolfson, call a helicopter to the scene, transport to us, or pronounce the patient there, the baby there. There's everybody.
No, I smelled fire.
A lot of anxiety whenever they were bringing the patient. We heard on the radio report that they were bringing the patient to us, CPR in progress.
I kept smelling it, so I had to go look outside around my
July
house.
in Florida,
Make sure it wasn't in my house.
We started prepping the resuscitation room, and when EMS came in, there's not that much really briefing on, the radio. There's a baby in a hot car, CPR in progress. EMS gave us more information, but there's me, there were some nurses, there were respiratory people in the room. I think there were deputies around. And there was a lot of chatter, which would be the brief,
Yes.
But whenever I saw Araya, none of that really mattered because she had obviously died.
So that was evident to you immediately?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what is rigor mortis?
Well, it's when the muscles, the extremities, the body is, in layman's terms, stiff after death. The joints are rigid. It depends on a lot of things beyond my expertise, but depending on temperature and such as that, there's different phases of rigor mortis where it begins, where it's at its peak, and then when it starts to relax. But it's an obvious sign of death. It's an indication to not perform CPR. If you're in tune to that whenever you see the patient, sometimes with children, sometimes the things that you learn in training goes out the window, and you treat the patient anyway, and you take them somewhere else where they can get better help. And I think that's probably what was in the mindset of the rescuers that day.
Doctor, do you remember we saw Araya, what she felt like, meaning her skin?
Hot.
Hot.
Very hot.
What does it mean that Araya was fixed or dilated? And dilated, what does that mean?
That's her pupils. That's another. It's one of those things that you put in context with the other clinical findings on your physical exam. Someone who's deceased, their pupils will dilate and get larger, and they don't respond to light. So if we shine a bright light in their eyes, they don't constrict, and they should. And hers did not.
Would it be fair to say that she was deceased on arrival?
Yes.
Was an EKG performed?
I don't remember an EKG being performed. One would not be indicated if there's rigor mortis.
Okay. Do you remember what the differential diagnosis was?
I guess you could use a general. No, sir, I don't remember. I think that it was pretty obvious based on just a brief report that we got. There's a child in a hot car in Florida in July, and she comes to the hospital with no signs of life, no pulse, rigor mortis, lividity, fixed and dilated. The differential diagnoses are very, very limited. It's a heat stroke.
And if I were to show you the medical records from Ed Frazier, would it refresh your memory as to what was put down as to differential diagnosis or the clinical impression?
Sure, it might. I'll take a look at it.
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach, Judge? Thank you. Doctor, just look it over a little bit. And I'll ask you a couple questions. Thank you. Can you tell the jury what is the clinical impression and diagnosis?
Clinical impression is death secondary to heat stroke. And diagnosis, the differential diagnosis I'll just hear, dead, heat stroke. Yes.
Thank you, doctor. After you determined the diagnosis for Araya Page, did you then inform the family that the child was deceased?
I informed the mother and her mother-in-law. They were the ones who were there at that time. To my knowledge, they were the only ones who were there at that time.
Doctor, when all this was done, were there several nurses that were present?
Yes, sir.
Was one of the nurses a nurse Charles Smith?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which nurse took the temperature of the child?
I do not recall which nurse took the temperature.
Okay, but was the temperature taken of the child?
It was.
Okay. Was that something that was requested?
Not by me. I think that was something that was requested by the medical examiner whenever the nurses called to let them know that there was a death at the hospital.
Is that customary to request the temperature after a death has occurred?
I don't know. I think that would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't have any training in forensics, and maybe that was something that he was, some information that he was needing. I don't know what.
But your understanding it was requested by the medical examiner's office?
That's my understanding.
Doctor, thank you. I think
Yes.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Judge, I have no question, Dr. Ward.
Okay.
I have no question.
Okay. Can we excuse Dr. Ward?
Yes, you can be.
You are excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Would the state call its next witness?
Charles Smith.
All right, sir. If you will remain standing first and face the clerk, she'll need to swear you in. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give will be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
Swear.
Have a seat, please, sir. I'm going to ask you to sit up close to the microphone so we can hear you over the speaker. And then I'm going to ask you to state your name and then spell your name, please.
My name is Charles Smith, Charles Smith.
Thank you, sir.
May I proceed,
Counsel?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Smith, where do you currently work?
I work at Ed Fraser's Memorial Hospital.
And what occupation do you have there?
I work as an RN or a registered nurse.
How long have you been working at Ed Fraser Hospital?
At this time, I believe 3 years and going on 4 for 2025.
Where did you work before you went to Ed Fraser?
I worked at St. Vincent's Medical Center as a registered nurse as well.
How many years did you work there?
3, I believe.
And then before that, were you at another hospital?
Before that, I worked as a certified nursing assistant at a nursing home.
Okay. What are your current duties and responsibilities as a nurse at Ed Fraser Hospital?
I work as a nurse in the emergency room, and there's a long list of responsibilities and duties, but just to name a few, we assess and treat and assist any patient that comes into our emergency room.
And my guess is you probably have treated thousands of patients in your career.
Oh, absolutely.
Can you tell the jury your educational experience?
I was a certified nursing assistant, and then I achieved my AA at Florida State College of Jacksonville, and then I went into the ADN program for nursing at FSCJ as well.
Mr. Smith, let me take you to July 19th of 2023. On that date, were you working at Ed Fraser Hospital?
I was.
Did you come across a patient, an infant by the name of Araya Page?
I did.
Can you explain how Araya came to be in the emergency room?
She was brought in by emergency medical staff and taken directly into us, and where we took over the patient.
Were other nurses present?
Yes.
And was a doctor present as well?
Yes.
Do you remember who that doctor was?
Dr. Aaron Ward.
Once Araya arrived at the emergency room, can you explain to the jury what did you and the other nurses and the doctor begin doing?
We were aware of her being brought to us ahead of time. We were called ahead of time, and so we were all several of us, including nurses and respiratory staff and physicians, all present in the room in the room awaiting her arrival.
And when she arrived, what was done with Araya to try to assess the situation?
She was moved from the emergency stretcher to our or from the emergency medical stretcher to our ER stretcher, where we assessed whether or not she had a pulse.
And did she have a pulse?
From my understanding, no, she did not.
Do you even remember if CPR could be performed?
I know that it was being performed en route to us and prior to transferring from one stretcher to the next, but the CPR was stopped in order to assess her pulse.
And once it was determined that the patient, Araya Page, did not have a pulse, did CPR basically stop at that point?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say it was determined that very quickly that Araya Page was deceased?
Yes.
After that was determined, was the temperature of Araya Page taken?
Yes, it was.
And were you present for that?
I can't recall completely if I was standing right there, but I was no more than 10, 15 feet away at any time of that patient's entire stay.
Okay. Do you know why her temperature was taken?
I believe it was a request from the medical examiner that we had reached out to.
And was it documented what the temperature was?
It was.
Do you recall what the thermometer goes up to?
From my understanding, the thermometers go up to 110.
Do you remember what her temperature was for Araya when they took her temperature?
The reading on the thermometer was 110 degrees Fahrenheit.
So the thermometer wouldn't go higher than 110?
I can't say for sure that that specific thermometer is limited to 110, but I believe that is the limit.
And her temperature registered as 110?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's possible that it could have been higher than 110,
yes,
depending on the thermometer that was used. What other involvement did you have after Araya's temperature was taken? What other involvement did you have with this patient?
There are several steps that are taken with any patient that is deceased in the emergency room, which is calling the local medical examiners and all that. So paperwork and talking with family and things like that. But I can't recall specifics of what was done afterwards.
And are you able to describe to the jury how did Araya appear to you or feel when she was touched?
She was very warm or hot to the touch, and she appeared to be still in a what I would describe as a seated position.
What do you mean a seated position?
Her legs were bent upwards towards her chest as if she was still sitting.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's all I have. I tender the witness.
Okay, cross-examination?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, he can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You are excused. Counsel, approach the bench, please.
We're just about done. It's going to be done in just a second. Well, in a few minutes. Yeah, I think this is probably him telling them, let's be done for today. What are you doing, buddy? I need to let my dogs out, but it smells like straight smoke outside. I don't want to leave them out there too long. I'll have to make them come in pretty quick. Yo, I'm not nosy neighbors. I want to go
Microphone or
drive
other
to the other
electronic
side of the
devices
neighborhood and see
turned
what's
off.
happening.
Are there any additional instructions ordered by council with regard to the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Then with those instructions in mind, we will be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Mr. Bailiff?
We are done for today. We will continue this Monday. This one. I may be back before then to hang out, whatever, what have you. But we will continue.
Okay, we are in recess.
Monday morning. Probably not at 8:30. It'll probably be a later time. Granny, me too. I'm so nosy. It'll probably be a later time Monday. I don't know exactly when. Depends on when everybody wakes up. The kids are out of school Monday, all of them. So I'm not waking up at the butt crack of dawn. So I'll let y'all know. We'll probably schedule it like around. I don't know. I'll try to come live Sunday and keep y'all updated on what we're gonna do. Saturday probably not because it's Logan's birthday. And I'll be busy all day tomorrow, so. Till then, I gotta go get a squirt in the bed, and then I have to go pick Brooklyn up from school.
Hi.
Ignore his dirty face. Hold on. Wrap yourself up. He wants to say hi. Say hi, buddy.
Hey.
Show him your tongue. Yes, Schuster, exactly. It's recorded already, so it doesn't really matter. Tell him thank you for telling you happy birthday. Say thank you. Good job, buddy. Okay, go. Granny said happy birthday, bud.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, he says. Alright, y'all. I have a lot to do. A house to clean. A party to get ready for. My husband will be home shortly. So I'm making him get Christmas stuff down so I can decorate my house. And I have a desk to set up now that I've gotten it painted. I have a lot to do. Thank you, Lanessa Boo. Schuster, thanks for hanging out, even though you've already watched this one. Thanks for helping mod. And I will see y'all. Oh, that scared me. That scared me.